racing, Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Hammer down, it's hammer time.
It's going to be very, very tight.
Side, but they're Dutch.
Daneben setzen, geht der Flat-Out daneben, das macht dann. Vorne wird das Auto leicht. Kleines Kausel, nochmal reintauchen. Fährt der da an den Diffusor ran? Dann springen die Autos wieder raus, schön zu sehen.
Here's the muscle from Munich. What a drive.
Sehr, sehr spannendes Rennen.
A new season often brings new storylines, whether it's rule changes, new teams and drivers, or much more. But in the case of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, it all focuses on the challenge that is the constant of the green hell. Welcome once again to another season of virtual racing action as we dive into the Ravenel 3-hour race. Arjuna Kankipati joined alongside by Lewis McLeod for this opening round of the season. And Lewis, the green hell awaits, and we've got a field of drivers ready to go in qualifying.
Yeah, and we've always spoken before about this series having a great field of drivers. It really, really does. On this field, if you haven't joined us for the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series before, we have the 2 highest I-rated drivers on the platform taken to the circuit. We've got some of the biggest teams in sim racing taken to it, and it is... yeah, one of the best tracks in the world. I don't know, Arjuna, you're going to slam your foot down and say number 1. On this broadcast, I will say it's number 1. It still batters, though.
This is one of the greatest tracks of the world, of course. We've got multiple classes, 4 in competition today. And, of course, some changes from the last time we went racing, if you are returning. But we look forward to diving into all of that. Qualifying already underway right now. And 3 of the classes are on track. The SP9s, the GT3s, they will head out shortly for the final part of the qualifying session. One thing to keep in mind, all 4 races this season are 3 hours long. And Lewis, we've had some races over the last few years in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series where race lengths have been 3.5 hours, 4 hours as well. But the 3-hour races, we tend to see plenty of action. It's just short in its nature. It tends to promote plenty of sprint driving from our drivers.
Yeah, I mean, look, in seasons past, obviously, we had, like I say, 3 hours, 3.5 and 4-hour races. And obviously, we ended last season with a cracking 4-hour race. We had some great races last season anyway. But it's nice that, you know, again, coming into this, we are changing things up a little bit. There have been a few changes up. We'll talk about that in just a second, again, with the classes. But... yeah, I like the 3-hour races. They're short, they're sweet, they're exciting, they're thrilling, and they're always thrown around. It's a sprint race after all, and it's, I don't know, it's fantastic. I am very excited though, Arjuna, to see our new cars on the circuit. Obviously, a little bit of a change up. No TCRs this season. We're getting ourselves some Clios.
Absolutely. Best thing about this being a 3-hour race is I don't have to spend too much more time with Lewis than I absolutely have to. Yeah, let's talk about some of these changes, right? Let's start with the class that's on screen. What last year was one of my favorite additions, you know, with the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class, collaboration with Manthey Racing to really put a bit more emphasis on these Porsche Cup cars in this championship. And we saw a great entry list, world champions, and some great competition all the way to the very end with some great prize money as well. But this year, Lewis, split up into Pro and Am. So you can see denoted on the graphics with a slight orange for the 107. It will be slightly green for the other machines, but orange means Am, green means Pro, even more competition in what is a great class.
Yeah, which I think is right. You know, obviously you've got such competition in that category anyway. You know, let's be honest, if we took part in it, whoa, as Holder goes for a bit of a spin, might catch us one actually and be able to keep going, but those tyres probably not going to be an ideal spot, and we'll have to go again. If there's enough time left to go actually in their session, I don't know if there will be, before we'll get the SP9s back out on circuit. But, you know, this category is so aggressively fought over. It's such an approachable category for drivers across the board. But there are still drivers in this category that are 10K. I can't race with those people, Arjuna, and there's people that race in the category that can't. But that's why you have the Pro-Am separation, and I like that.
Absolutely, and if you're wondering how they were divvied up into Pro and Am, there was actually some qualifying sessions and lap times determined which class you were put into, and so drivers earned their way into their respective classes. I can tell you, though, the checkered flag technically is out for the 3 classes on track right now, so Holder Motorsports won't get to go again. And one of those 3 classes, Lewis mentioned it, but no TCRs for this edition of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship. Instead, SP3T replaced with SP3, and also with no Toyota GR86s returning this season, Lewis. This is now, with these brand new Renault Clios that iRacing has introduced, the slowest class on track.
And I'm not gonna lie, gotta wrap them. That great. I love myself a Clio. These cars will be absolutely ragged around this circuit. It's an interesting one to have Clios on here, because you've got to remember, and this is right, because obviously, you know, I'm sure you have at this point watched the Nürburgring 24 app, and you'll see the SP9s come across, you know, cars that are quite a significant amount slower. There is going to be an enormous speed differential when they're coming around parts of the circuit. You know, it's going to be crazy to see. I'm very excited. I think that might cause its fair share of drama, but we'll see.
Drama? DNLS? Haven't heard of it. Never has happened. The Nürburgring Esports GT4 entry, which of course makes up that SP10 class, works its way through what will be the final couple of corners on the lap. We do have Mercedes, BMW, Aston Martins in this SP10 category, if you're wondering. So a pretty decent representation across of multiple manufacturers. And of course, that does also mean a slight BOP often for the manufacturers to somewhat think about, and the teams to somewhat think about as well. So 8:23.096 provisional pole for the SP10s. This lap time not challenging that, but Jus Kleiber does at least improve in terms of lap time by around a full second or so, but it stays for him in 11th position. Here come the rest of the drivers, though, to the line, Lewis, and remember, checkered flag is out for them. This is their final opportunity to improve.
Yeah, indeed, and they'll have a tall target to go and beat the AMG Team Apex racing car on the top of the SP10s, driven by Aaron Vasquez. Great lap time, 8:23.096. Obviously, Vasquez being the #1 rated driver on iRacing, right at the top of the SP10 category. Like you say, it's incredibly close, it's incredibly tight, but that's why, you know, we enjoy these racing so much, seeing these categories be so high on those numbers. That's fine. I don't think my iRate will get anywhere near the top of this. We see Sven Haase, #2 on the list of iRated drivers.
But yeah, we've got the big guns, as Lewis called out at the start of the show. You did see there the interesting thing about this part of qualifying with 3 classes on track. The Porsche Cup car slides in front of the Aston Martin down towards Tiergarten, and so Sven Haase finally on the board, only 8th. But let's not forget, this is a race where in the SP10 category, fuel saving and strategy quite often ends up being a hot button topic, to say the very least. You can see how busy pit lane is with drivers who have already finished up their qualifying session. One thing that you might want to know if you're new to the series and just joining us for the very first time, you don't have to do a full outlap around the entirety of the Nordschleife, Lewis, unless you really want to. Series has a procedure much like they do in the real world, where drivers can shortcut at the end of the Grand Prix layout, take the hairpin and run back towards the start-finish line and go about their qualifying lap. But you don't have to sit there for 8 minutes plus, only then to mess up your one opportunity at a flying lap.
Yeah, exactly. It's nice to take that small little cut through, but like I say, you got to get yourself in the rhythm quickly. Then you only got the short, effectively outlap to get your mind, get your car in the right spot. Then again, who wants to do an entire lap of the Nordschleife not being timed, especially when you'll know that you're hooking up the apexes quite nicely. The Eiffel Racing Team by GTU. Now, this is as far as I can see, it's the last car in the SP3 category that's actually setting a lap time, and the Sherritt Esport car that is at the top of this session, Sven Winter, just set a 9-minute 24.6. That is a whopping margin, 2.8 seconds quicker than the Smiller Esports car. Is there going to be any improvement from the Eiffel Racing car? Well, I mean, it sets a 9:33.1. It's going to move them up a single spot.
Wow, 2.8 seconds. So
wild.
That is remarkable. I think we've seen some decent gaps in qualifying through many years of the DNLS. That might be amongst the biggest, that's for sure. And a statement with some new cars for Sherry Esport. And new for this season, there's no success penalties. In previous years, if you won your race, the next race you get 30 seconds to serve after the first cycle of pit stops. Sherry Esports could be runaway championship contenders here. And look at the results for the SP3. Smilia Entropy in second with that big margin. And then the Ring Fazer sim racing crew round out the top three. Adopt Don't Shop in fourth with FK Motorsport, Staub Chen, AC Mayan, and then Thomas Eng Sim Racing, the Eiffel Racing by GTU team. That's the rest of the top eight, with Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing, home of Sim Racing Esports, and then the 7 Racing and Race Sim Zone rounding out the class. Gonna be interesting, Lewis, to see how they go. I'll be honest in saying, haven't had the pleasure of commentating on Clios very often.
On iRacing, I've never commentated on Clios. I've commentated on them a fair amount elsewhere in sim racing, but I've never commentated on them in iRacing, so it should be interesting.
First for the both of us as we take a look at SP10s. Aaron Vasquez, 8/10ths quicker than Corentin Gunes, and do watch out for SimRC. We know just how strong they can be here at the Green Hell. Falcon Sim Racing, powered of course by Door Esports. They're in third with the Coanda Esports team. Good to see Tristan Iglesias, although not in a Porsche. That feels a little bit weird. BS Plus competition, the Bonga Drums down in 5th with X-Racer 6, Team Hoisingveld 7th for them. And then the Grin and Go 180 powered by Sven Haase in qualifying, of course, 2.5 seconds, split the front 8 positions, with then the Smilia Esports GT team down in 9th, Nürburgring Esports down in 10th, and then Door Esports Academy and a second Nürburgring Esports car at the very tail end of the SP10 category. And as I called out, fuel saving, often a major topic of consideration for these cars. They're quite draft heavy at first into the race. Placing your position in the pack, very, very important. Then in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, well, Frozen Speed by Grid and Go almost breaking into the sub 8-minute lap times. They're just in front of a pair of Sherry Esports cars that we'll need to keep an eye on. Raphael Renhofer in one, Julian Reimer, Luca Alpa in the other, with Luca Kita then in the Apex Racing Team machine, 1 second off or so in fourth. Big margins in a car where, of course, a small mistake can mean big lap time differences. Alone Fridson Racing, they're in 5th in the generic white entry with Door Esports, PB Performance by Grid and Go, and then Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC, the front 8. And of course, then starting to get towards some of the AM contenders. You've got R Sport, Avia, WNS, eMotorsport, and Coanda Esports. And then those AM drivers and teams, Photosec by WMS, Holder Motorsport, Austrian Sim Racers, and SRS Team Sorg Rennsport. Alongside the team that did not set a lap time, Team Nitro and Falcon. So 16 of the Porsche Cup cars. And Lewis, it means now SP9s get the track to themselves for one final blast in qualifying.
Yeah, obviously our fastest category will be able to take to the Green Hell all alone, which will be nice. Very interesting to see the Frozen Speed by Grid and Go car, by the way. Obviously, 2 different drivers took to the session there, which I thought was very interesting. So clearly, Taz Ellen, setting the 8-minute point 6, was like, right, last pole. Ricky, off you go. Everyone else did, like, obviously, looking at some of the other times in the session, like the Apex Racing Team, Luca Kita, was actually one of the only drivers that improved on the second lap in that session. Pretty much everyone else, but the thing is, he did the first lap and then did the second lap. Everyone else, it was just one driver doing the lap. Second point from that category is that surely we should add a not to the front of Alone Fridson Racing, as he is not alone. He has a teammate, and he didn't even qualify.
Yes, well, and for those that are unaware, Roland Alone Fridson, or Alfredson as he's actually named, but we're going to nickname him Alone Fridson here on the channel. He did the 24 hours of the Nürburgring earlier this year on iRacing, totally by himself. And what did he get for the privilege of completing the race? A disqualification by iRacing.
Yep. But he did get a lot of followers on Twitch, so at least there's that. Gained a few fans along the way, and I was talking to him a little bit. I wonder if he's going to try the same thing again in 2025. That would be brutal.
Brave's another word for it. There's other words that I could also use to describe it, but I might get fired for using them. Yeah, well, that's fair. Weather conditions, by the way, 22 degrees in the air, 38 on track. So it's not about as cold as you can get, but hopefully it's going to make for some interesting conditions as race control releases the SP9s. And here we go, Stampede off and away from pit lane as GT3 car is out on track for qualifying.
Yes, indeed. Now, of course, the last time that we went racing here in the 4-hour last season, BS Competition, who rolled around with the #1, they qualified in second and finished the race in second spot. They did top practice, though, coming into this qualifying session with a 7-minute 51.0. That's the kind of time that we're looking at then, really, to go on the attack. The team directly behind them, Marla. Now, obviously, being another BS Competition team, I'm pretty sure Florian Haas would be pretty happy if it ended up being BS Competition 1 Marla second.
Absolutely. I will point out as well, when it comes to these SP9s, this is the only category in which there is a requirement around which driver must qualify and start the car. This is a category in which you must have a real-world driver. Now, that can be a driver with a FIA classification, you know, for silver, gold, bronze. It could also be that they've done some races at the Nordschleife, be it NLS races, be it 24-hour races, but they've got experience that categorizes them as a real-world driver. They must qualify, and Lewis, they must do at least 7 laps rather, throughout the race itself. And so there are some drivers that you and I were talking about who are maybe less experienced in esports, but have now, over the last few years, really started to gain more experience. And so take someone like Norby Kish, multiple-time champion in the DNLS, multiple-time champion in European truck racing in the real world as well. He's going to be one to watch as qualifying officially underway.
Yeah, and obviously, like I say, absolutely rapid is Norby on iRacing, and great to see him on circuit. 9.6k iRated if you're ever in doubt as to whether your ability matches up to his. I can promise you it almost certainly doesn't. And that's fine. Some great drivers out there. It definitely doesn't know for you. It's fine. I've seen some of your driving. Obviously, you got some quality drivers out there. Tim Heineman, someone who's been in sim racing for over 10 years. I had Tim Heineman in my team at one point, but we'll talk about that. That's fine. Obviously, he's done DTM and the like. So I say it's a quality grid.
It is a pretty stacked grid, that is for sure. And it often, sometimes in the last few years, has been a story about your real-world driver in SP9. How much time will they lose compared to some of the rest of the competition, right? And there's obviously going to be some of those cases as well, where just some of these drivers have less experience on the sim than others. It then puts the onus onto the sim racing driver, both to perform in the race, but also to help their teammate out, right? To really help guide them and get faster. And so I think that's where we've seen some really interesting partnerships build. Norby Kish, of course, as we jump on board with the Zebra running down onto the Nordschleife for the first time today, joined by Felix Quirnbach in this Mercedes. It always does feel weird, doesn't it, Lewis, to say BS Competition in a Mercedes. They're usually in a BMW.
It is a bit weird. Part of me kind of likes it. I think the car looks good. Sort of suits a Mercedes, I'm not going to lie. Don't tell Florian, that's fine. Obviously, forgive us for getting all of the corner name pronunciations wrong. We are not German, but we do try sometimes. I don't know how your pronunciations of these calls. This one you can handle. Flugplatz, easy peasy.
I don't know what you're talking about. I am perfect with my pronunciations. I never get a pronunciation wrong. Excuse me.
Sit back for a second.
Sir, you can't park there.
Who was that?
That was Coanda.
It was Bryn Collins. Why is Bryn there?
That is not a parking space, sir.
Bryn Collins, what are you doing still out on track?
I've seen some ludicrous things before. I'm just saying, that's up there.
Very odd. I don't really have
anything to say about that.
No, I hasn't qualified particularly great in category. 11th at the moment in category is Bryn. I believe has been sent now, has returned to pit lane. As to why he was out on circuit at that point, I don't know. Is that a penalty? Because he was out on circuit when the SP9s were out.
That's what I'm wondering. That's why I was wondering. He was sitting there for about 60 seconds from what I can tell as well, so I'm not sure if there was a technical issue or something, but we'll see if we can get word. And of course, we should also point out, first time this season that we're calling it out, live race control, and boy, oh boy, have they been busy. We had, what was it, 7 different teams that joined with the wrong car number. They've all been given a 3 penalty point slap on the wrist as a result for that. 2 drivers already, though, through practice and qualifying, Lewis, have taken drive-through penalties, which they'll be serving at the start of the race. I hope all these SB9 drivers can avoid any sort of shenanigans.
Yeah, and that's why they're the wrong number. You'll see some cars where their number on the tower, like the bit on the left which shows the results of the race and what the current standing is, or even on the TV graphics, may not line up with what's on the actual car. That's because what's on the actual car is correct, but sometimes they've joined the wrong number, and so it messes up. Basically, this is why they get a penalty, because it's not banter. You completely ruin the whole system.
Oh yes, and you cause a lot of work for people behind the scenes.
We'll name and shame soon, don't worry.
Oh yeah, we'll get there. We will get there. There's, again, 7 of them. And then technically there was an 8th team that joined with the incorrect number, but that's because their number was taken by someone else. So they couldn't. Anyway,
yeah,
we're getting to what? The carousel here for Sami Matti Trogan. So really, let's be honest, getting to the fun part of the Nordschleife, if you ask me. You've just had that long run out of Bergwerk all the way up towards Bravery. And now, really, just how much can you trust the car? Alps Racing team by Grid and Go. Great to see the Ford Mustang, Lewis, introduced for the first time into the DNLS.
Yeah, and this is actually my first time commentating on the Mustang, so that's always a fun one. The Williams car, by the way, that you just saw, I mean, technically not with those two, it was Janssen and Setsource, but they were victorious in the final race of last season. So keep your eye on Williams, and have had some really good form throughout 2024. A little bit of traffic for the Alps Racing team by Grid and Go car to navigate as we take a look on board with the Mustang, heading our way up towards the steel track and, of course, the carousel.
You're just trying to make sure you get as many corner names in there, aren't you?
No.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard you say...
Steel tracker.
Yeah, first time.
Nah, I said it before. Get out.
Love it. We'll get the knowledge out of you. We don't have Peter Mackay and his stories. At least we've got Lewis and his German pronunciation. And like I said, let's ride on board. Oh, I was going to say, let's ride on board and see this fun part, but cut back off. One thing that you'll see here, the elevation change. And so setup, making sure that your car is going to really be able to handle all the undulation as well as the bumps that you've got to deal with. Very, very important. BS Competition still have 1 BMW Elise in the field. Here's the Mahler Racing team.
Yeah, Phil Denez behind the wheel, of course, and someone's had some real-world GT3 experience in the fairly recent past as well, obviously, taking to the Jeddah Corniche circuit and having a good time with it as we head through her act and now begin our descent down the hill. Obviously, her act being the highest point on the circuit. A bit of lap traffic, as we kind of said before, with the Alps Racing team car. Chucks it through the right-hander at Wipperman now into the S-Back-Brunchen nice curve section, which is, I always thought that this part always looked pretty similar to the previous. I always clobbered this curve on the right-hand side because I thought, I was like, because you got to remember which curves you can hit and which curves you can't. That's not a problem for this lot, but still.
It's one of those things actually during the night, right, that I think sometimes even for these drivers, when you get lulled into a rhythm, right, you just got to make sure that you don't jump forward in the lap or jump backwards, because it can be very easy to make those small mistakes. Marco Bortolotti in the Lamborghini for Door Esports rumbles his way out of the carousel as well, waiting to get some of the first times onto the board. And I do think, of course, remember, we saw Norby Kish descend out of turn 1 first of the entire pack, so he'll be the first driver to also set a lap time. Always great when the defending champions, Lewis, kind of get the chance to set the tone for the entirety of the season, I feel.
Yeah, indeed, and I will say Norby Kish is into the final complex now, down towards Tiergarten and the like, so we'll see our first lap time pop onto the board in just a second, and as soon as we do, we'll let you know exactly what it is. And I think for Norby Kish, could be quite a quick lap time to start out proceedings for BS Competition. It's a 7:52.1. I'm expecting a little bit faster than that for pole.
Yes, but let's not forget, there's a bit more pressure, of course, in a qualifying session. And if I'm feeling the session right now based on some of the other lap times that have come on in, M&J Downforce, Team Nitro and Falcon are all a little bit slower. So is Impulse Racing by GTU. That's still a fairly respectable lap time to be able to put it all together. I will call out Sami Matti Trojan right now as being a driver to watch as a threat for pole position, though. So keep an eye out for him in that Mercedes Williams esports car. Remember, last year was entered with Sontec Racing for a handful of races as well. Should see plenty of speed from him. There you can see left side of the screen some of those times that have trickled on in. One team that is definitely not going to set a lap time this first round, though, is the AMG Team Apex Racing crew, who came back down to pit lane, Lewis, after their first initial outlap.
Which is odd, that's for sure. I will say there's been some significant lap traffic out there on circuit. I think it's caused some problems. Sami Matti Trojan, by the way, did not get a lap time onto the board, so I think I actually did a full outlap, weirdly enough. Because obviously we saw Trojan driving around, but I don't have a lap time registered, and I don't even have, you know, when you get like the lap invalidated and you get the dashes, didn't even have that. So I'm not sure there's been even the remotest failed attempt of a lap there. I think Trojan did a full outlap, which is weird. I can't remember if he was behind the wheel of the Sontec car that had pole position last season. There's a couple of cars come into pit lane.
I think I can confirm, by the way, he did do a full outlap. So very, very interesting. Now, you can cut back in and take a fresh set of boots, which I think plenty of these drivers will do. There is Trojan, who maximizes the entry in through fluke plots by kicking up some grass on the left-hand side of the track, but looks pretty quick. Got to be committed at this point as well as you begin to now climb up towards Schwedenkreuz, then the braking zone of Arenberg, and a point after which we had plenty of drama. What's happening, Lewis?
No, I just Trojan's line there in Schwedenkreuz was very aggressive, took two wheels onto the grass on turning. Normally we see them wide, like make it as wide as possible, driving onto the white line there, but that was very bold indeed by Sami Matti Trojan, almost risking not even just a crash while driving onto the less grippy part of the circuit, i.e. the grass, but also even risking an off-track there. That was very brave as we now head up into Ardenau Force. A very slow speed and awkward right-hander.
Navigates through it relatively well. This camera from up above really does show the line that you've got to sort of run through that section, and that's one thing to keep in mind. A lot of the time people will think about sections of this track rather than individual corners, and as such complexes get names rather than individual turns often, and that's because one corner flows into the next, and making sure that you're compromising sometimes to maximize others. Very much the name of the game. Alexei Nesov in the pole promotion esports car. This might be an entry to watch. He's got his former teammate at Urano, Konstantin Scharf, alongside. And in the Porsche, they could be very much contender to keep an eye on. Remember, lap time to beat, 7:52.157. And as it sits right now, 13 times on the board, only one of those times within a second of the pole. So it's a lot of time to slide their way into. He's not going to get another chance to go out there and run another lap, as far as I can tell, with the time remaining in the session. So it's a one and done for the 33. As out of the final corner it comes, and onto the power, running to the timing beam. It's eyes to the line. What will it be for the Porsche 911?
Peace.
52.069. It's a new pole position.
I was going to say, did set a 51.3 in practice. Alexei Nesov then moving to the top. I mean, it could be pole. That could absolutely be pole. It's currently hold on to the provisional position, fair enough. There's a lot of drivers and a lot of teams that can work their way among it. I know you've highlighted the BS competition, the Williams as well, that can really go out for it. I mean, Apex have that potential, fair enough. There's a few drivers that can absolutely take it. I will say Phil Dinez, on a fresh set of tyres, has just started what will be the final lap, I believe, for him in this, well, it definitely will be the final lap for him in this qualifying session. But one of the last laps in this qualifying session in totality.
We have about 15 or so minutes to go until we'll see the green flag for the start of the season and the Ravenel 3-hour race. So thanks for joining us here for the opener of this Digital Nürburgring Landstrecken-Series. Should be a fun one. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Lewis McLeod as that timer ticks down, and once it strikes 0, you can finish the lap that you're on. You can't head back out there and start a new flying lap. So this Lion GP car that had an up and down season last year, hoping to get onto the board. Otherwise, we'll be starting outside of the top 14, and we'll have plenty of work to do. 19 in this SB9 category. It's the biggest of our classes, as officially timer hits 0, and drivers have the pressure put on them. Flying laps will count.
Yeah, and only a little bit behind the driver we're currently on board with for the Lion GP Fencer.com car is the Mercedes-AMG Team Williams eSports car as well. So we'll see this lap come to its conclusion as we head our way around the back end of the circuit, the likes of Flansgaard now into the towards the Stefan Beloff S and the likes. Obviously, a very fast-flowing part of the circuit. I mean, I'm very curious to see where Sami Trogan's going to be able to put that Merc, because at the moment, no time set for the Williams eSports driver, nor is there a time set for Elias Seppänen in the AMG Team Apex Racing team car, but that one's coming up towards Exmuller now and beginning the drive up towards the carousel.
So we'll get some benchmarks from them sooner rather than later as the session draws towards a close. Here's Tim Heinemann in that Team Nitro and Falcon car. A little bit off in this qualifying session relative to pole, but again, remember, 7 laps for Tim Heinemann to do, and then hand over to his teammate Marco Bischoff, and potentially we'll see the sim racing driver have to put in a bit of a charge to try and claw back a little bit of time. Second carousel incoming for Heinemann. Got to be careful not to get spat out and run off into the grass, and the Armco on the outside, but navigates through there safely. And so now just Galgenkopf really to work their way through on towards the Dottinger Hoa, and just avoids running out into the grass. There was definitely 10 of commitment there for Heinemann. He runs his way towards the line. Now, Sami Trogan is just coming through the final corner. This is important because I've called him out as a contender for pole position. As we ride on board with the Porsche, what's it going to be for the number 5 for the Mercedes-AMG Team Williams eSports team? Sami Trogan with 1 lap to do or die. It's only 4th on the board, 1 second off a pole.
Yeah, 53.161 for Sami Trogan for the AMG Team Williams eSports car. That is their qualifying session done. So the team that was victorious around here for the 4-hour race at the end of last season will be rolling off of no better than 4th. And I kind of get the feeling, I say no better than 4th, I kind of get the feeling it's going to get worse than 4th as Tim Heinemann comes up towards the line. Not going to improve massively on the 58.4, goes about 0.8 of a second quicker and will move slightly further forward, but nothing major. Here is the AMG Team Apex Racing car you were talking about earlier on. Again, they're certainly a contender at the moment. What did Elias Seppänen do in practice? 54.5. I don't think this car is going to be quick enough to challenge that 52.0 from Alexei Nesov.
Yes, but guess what? They have Alejandro Sanchez, which means assuming that you get 7 laps out of Elias Seppänen and then Alejandro Sanchez is within touching distance. Never say never. A couple of years ago, Sanchez in the AMG Team MSI car really started to light things up, and a driver that we know really can push forward. Sometimes the Mercedes can be on a bit of a back foot in qualifying as well, but I think the one thing that you have to say is Norby Kish has maximized the car to get second, so can't really make, I think, that argument necessarily here today. Just a couple more corners to go for Seppänen. There's a handful more drivers still yet to get onto the board as well. Liberty Esport and Yves Volt will set a time as they head out of the final corner. However, RC Car Shop guaranteed now to start at the very tail end of the field. And so a bit of pressure on them. They'll start 19th and last to try and work their way through at the start cleanly and put themselves in contention. 7:55 for the number 24. It's a pretty decent lap time, up to 10th for them.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, Still a solid improvement, a solid time for Yves Volta. Next time across the line will be that of Elias Seppänen. Then we'll get the M&J downforce car, and then we'll get Norby Kish. That's one of the lap times we're really focused on. The #1 car, of course, for BS competition. They'll be crossing the line in about a minute 20 from where we currently are. So Elias Seppänen then out through the final corner and up towards the line. Can the AMG Team Apex Racing car do anything about pole position? It's a 52.5. It is a pretty solid lap time there for Seppänen to move up into third.
What was that, Lewis, about the Apex car not having the speed? Touche indeed. That's a great lap time, and to be fair, it caught me out a little bit as well. That's the thing with the Apex Mercedes. If Elias Seppänen can stay at the front again, Alejandro Sanchez could be the dark horse to push that car to victory. Alexei Nesov, Konstantin Scharf, though, still tentatively on the front row. Let's see what Norby Kish has got in response. Remember, he needs to find 88 thousandths of a second, and he's not far behind this Ford Mustang into the final complex of corners. And this is where you've put together, what, 169 odd corners or so. Don't want to throw it all away in the last one, but the last thing you want to do, leave tenths on the table with the field as competitive as it is at the very top of the field. Springhob to the line, finds a good couple of seconds to launch themselves forward, but this is the one that everyone's got eyes on, and no improvement, Lewis. It's still Nesov on pole.
Yeah, but this could change. That was very impressive. I mean, look, two very good lap times there from Norby Kish. Extremely consistent, fair enough. The M&J downforce car, again, quality lap time. The major one to look out for now, though, the one really big lap time still left to come. Phil Denez, Marla Racing Team, 4th position at the moment in this qualifying session. So within a second of pole position and with a few corners left to go, did come in, did stop, did get onto some fresh tyres. We could see Marla Racing Team move their way forward, but it needs an unbelievable final sector from Phil Denez.
Pair of Nürburgring esports cars to the line as well, 13th and 16th respectively. But what does the American have? Remember, from Monterey, California, it's 3:50 in the morning for Denez, but in the Marla Racing Team car will break the timing beam, and I'm not seeing a valid lap time. Did he overcook it in the final corner? Oh, it's still Nesov on pole. I don't think Molnar Motorsport and Smilia have got anything to challenge. Nesov gets it done in qualifying.
Yeah, no disrespect to Alexei Nesov. We were coming into this talking about Apex Racing Team, talking about BS competition, talking about Williams. Didn't even really give a second thought to Pole Promotions Esports, and yet here they are, starting the season from pole position. I mean, Alexei Nesov is a quality driver. Yeah, we've seen this over the years in GT3s and plenty of other esports category, of course, driving for Urano, but I mean, that's a really good lap time, 7:52.0. Really close qualifying as well. 4 drivers within a second around the green hell. That's crazy close.
And well, promoted to pole in the case of Alexei Nesov. What a lap time. 88 1,000th clear of defending champions. Norby Kish did all he could, but it wasn't enough, and now we'll try and make that championship defense start on the outside of row number 1. The AMG Team Apex Racing Team, late charge for them, sees them alongside of Marla Racing Team on row 2, with the AMG Team Williams Esports crew alongside of M&J Downforce in the first of the Ford Mustangs. First time we've seen them in the DNLS. Impulse Racing by GTU, they're in the Ferrari 296. 1.5 seconds off of the pole time and alongside of the second M&J Downforce car. And thankfully for at least the commentators here in the broadcast booth, different liveries on both of those cars, although both M&J Downforce cars, should be noted, penalty points for the incorrect number in this particular session. Could that be something that comes back to haunt them later on in the season, with those penalty points starting to accumulate? 9th will be the Lion GP Fenster.com crew, with George Karakolis being able to slide his way less than 3 seconds behind pole. Halpt Racing Team and Grid and Go, yet another one of the Ford Mustangs in that formation. And then Dory Sports in the first of the Lamborghinis, Liberty Esport in the Porsche 911, and then Nürburgring Esports, Holden Motorsport, Team Nitro and Falcon and the second of the Nürburgring Esports entries. Mulner Motorsports by Smilia Esports, Falcon Sim Racing, and then RC Car Shops will start at the very back of this class. But I think, Lewis, while you see these bigger gaps towards the back of the class, the one thing that we've got to keep in mind is we're going to see some pretty big gaps between our classes. It's 1.5 minutes between each of the starting groups going out there. And so that does mean the SP9s will be onto the back of the Renault Clios within the opening couple of laps. And so traffic ends up being a pretty constant factor in the race for them.
Yeah, it will be. As much as, obviously when we see the 24-hour race around here, there's a few more cars than 60. But still, we will get traffic pretty early and pretty aggressively as you see the final couple of drivers, final couple of teams there in the SP9s. I mean, the lap time difference, they're about a minute, really a minute 30 to a minute 40 quicker a lap of the SP9s and the Clios. Now, actually you'd almost think that it should be more than that. But it's because the Clios are still quick enough to kind of frighten the most people that be chucked around the Nürburgring. But obviously a minute 30 quicker. That means that you will see them get lapped every few laps. Right, that is going to be brutally consistent. And normally with the Clios, same as what we had with the TCRs, I suspect they will remain relatively close as one kind of annoying pack for the SP9s to come over.
Yes, annoying pack, but one that they've got to navigate through safely nonetheless. Remember, has been quite a while since the other three classes went out and qualified. Just a reminder, Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, that's Frozen Speed by Grid and Go that's got pole. In SP10, it's the AMG Team Apex Racing Team. Aaron Vasquez putting on pole there. And then Shera Esports in the brand new for 2024-2025 season, SP3 category with the Renault Clios joining the fun. 180 minutes of racing, moments away from starting. Rolling start. Remember, we do have a driver change for all teams. There is no possibility this year for a team to do a race solo. You must have at least two drivers ready to go. But if you do have a crash, Lewis, the one benefit we have here being in the sim, you can take a fast repair, effectively a brand new race car, just have to serve a little bit of a penalty as a result.
Yeah, you got to bring it all the way back into pit lane as well. So it's never completely simple. And obviously, if you get damage on your car, regardless, you're still going to have a tough afternoon there. But it does mean, though, that your race isn't completely over. You just got a little bit of a price to pay. We've just moved into the race session now, though. So they'll be getting themselves gridding. It'll take a little while for the gridding process to happen. And then we'll start the rolling start, and we'll see those SP9s work their way down into turn one for the first time this season. And I will say, normally around here, you see the drama in the opening couple of corners, and then everything should get single file. I actually don't necessarily believe that we're going to see too much drama on the opening lap here.
Right. Do you believe the curse of the commentator, as some would argue? We'll find out. I think the one thing that we do know, we had a blockbuster of a season last year with so many great races and so many finishes that took us all the way to the very end. And that was with the success penalties. If you won a race, the next race, you'd have 30 seconds to serve during the first cycle of pit stop. So it really does change the complexion of the race with those removed, Lewis. And I'm really excited because it means throughout the entire season, there's nothing the teams really have to think about other than pedal to the metal and go, 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 go.
Yeah, George, that was a George Morgan moment right there from you. Goodness me. I'm trying to work out as to what I would do if I'm sort of up there. Because this is the whole thing, and I really have to use my imagination here because I'd never be up there. It's kind of one of those ones, like, you want to sit behind. If you can find someone quick, and let's be honest, the top four are all, top five even, are all relatively on the same speed. Sitting back and saving a little bit of fuel is not too bad. Now, you're never going to save a lap round here, right? That's pretty much a done deal. But what you can do is shorten your pit stop with the fuel taken. That's the important bit.
3-hour races as well across of all four of the races we'll have this season. And so it means a bit more uniformity in terms of strategy for the teams, the drivers, the engineers to be thinking about as well. And you can do a decent amount of fuel saving here at the end of the day. So if you're going to do anything on strategy, start thinking about it now. The 3 hours go up onto the clock on the top left of your screen. as we watch the final moments for the drivers sitting and waiting behind the iRacing pace car. Remember, SP9s will roll out first. 1 minute 30 seconds later, we'll see the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy cars, the Porsche Cup cars, roll out for their start. And then 1 minute 30 seconds later, the final starting group will see both SP10s and SP3s go out at the very same time. So 3 different race starts incoming. Lewis, I mean, sometimes I would ask for a prediction, but I think you and I, we both know, random number generator, that's your prediction for this race. What are we expecting, though, to open up the season? New storylines, new rules, of course, but new teams joining us for the first time as well.
Look, I don't know what to expect for this. I know that we're going to have a fantastic season. Last season was excellent. This season's going to be excellent as well. I can feel it. It's kind of hard to tell as to where things are going to unfold from here. Really excited to see how the Clios race around. Really excited to see how some of our teams get on. Do you know what? I'm going to bypass you. I'm going to give you a prediction.
Go for it.
I think Williams win this race. Ooh. I know that's boring because I've been picking Williams for IMSA as well. And to be fair, it's been working, so I'm going to keep on the Williams train. I can see that number 5 car rising through. This is the thing, is that qualifying in this, it's not as aggressively as important as you would have in other series, because it's a long race.
As long as you're in that leading group, I think you're right. So you're putting up Sami Matti-Trogan, you're putting up Vasilias Belitsiotis as contenders. I don't disagree with that as an option. I think... See, that pole promotions car, I think, is definitely going to be one to watch, because Konstantin Scharf is very, very good. But it's going to be the question of, they'll be the only Porsche in the fight. There's going to be plenty of Mercedes. There'll be one BMW in the form of Marla. You know what? I think it'll be Marla.
Marla, fair play, fair play. One thing I'm really excited for is seeing the Mustang race around, because I've actually, obviously, I've seen it race around, but I've not actually commentated on it myself, and I've got a bit of a soft spot for that car. I think it looks great.
It does look great, especially when the rear boot lid is not being compressed by aerodynamic flow. That's the way we'll put it. Oh, it's going to be a fun season, Lewis. Glad that you're here to kick things off in a nice way. Let's not forget as well, to close out the year for many of these drivers, the final race that they've really had to prepare for and focus their energies towards.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously only a few days away from Christmas, and then only a week or so away from 2025. What a Christmas present it would be to win your final race of the year. And let's be honest, there's 4 categories. Someone's got to win it. So in 3 hours' time, we'll find out exactly who that is.
It's either the big present under the Christmas tree, or for some, if you've had a good year, it just a little bit of stocking filler to close out the holiday season. Pace car off and away. Let's get the season underway. Another edition of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, and it starts with the Ravenol 3-hour race. It's Alexei Nesov in control of the field in the pole promotions number 33. It's a field of angry SP9s stacked up behind him. A long hold is into the starting zone they go, and the season kicks off here at the Green Hell. Chaos down to turn number 1 as drivers try and slam their way to the wall. And yes, your eyes don't deceive you. They're 4 wide. 2 cars into the grass and into the wall behind them. But it was the Marla racing car that I picked that's now having to lift off and gets turned then on the Lion GP Ferrari. Plenty of aggressive moves, and Lewis predicted it. Drivers will go aggressive at the start, and by the time they get to the Nordschleife, single file themselves out. That's not a place to be battling. You've got to focus on the challenge of the road. Shortcut to the right, and Nesov will lead them. It's Apex behind them and on the hunt.
Yeah, Lion GP also just rejoined right into the Falcon Sim Racing team, one of those cars that had drama down on the start, finish straight, along with the Haupt Racing Team Grid and Go car. And like I say, Lion GP all having dramas on the start. What was the start, though, from Elias Sepinen, getting super aggressive right on the rear end of our pole-sitting Pole Promotions esports car. Almost was basically jumping the start and going for the attack for the race lead before we even really got going. That was crazy. Still manages to hang on, though, to 2nd position after moving up from 3rd. But now as we start to get ready to go onto the Green Hell, it's surely going to be single file and preparing just to get a move done maybe on the Dottingerhoa.
Definitely one of the messier starts I think we've seen in the DNLS in this SP9 category, and I'm sure we'll get our chance to dissect some of the replays at some point. But yeah, single file for the time being, down to the Hansen back. for the very first time. And how long does that train extend to? For the time being, at least 15 cars still running without any sort of drama. I can see, though, already there's been some drama for this Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. I think Coanda Esports might be having some technical issues because they've not taken to the start. We'll get to that at some point in the future. Frozen Speed by Grid and Go, they're in control. Shera Esports behind them. And already, Luca Kita in the Apex Racing Team machine trying to pop himself out and give himself a chance to launch it into turn number 1. Green for the second of our starting groups, and once more already 4 wide. Trying to squeeze to the wall goes Luca Kita, but to the inside of him, it's a charge. And already deep onto the brakes. Not sure how they got that slowed down in time, but quite remarkable that all the Porsche Cup cars get through turn 1 safely. A bit of aggression now as they slide their way through the Mercedes-Benz arena. Door Esports and Tim Yarshell, they had an absolutely rip-roaring start, and around the outside now becomes the inside. 3rd position for them, single file as they run towards the shortcut.
Tim Yarshell, that is one of the most bold and aggressive things I've ever seen. That was absolutely wild. Luca Kita now going straight back on the attack to repass the Shera Esports car after receiving an almighty dive bomb down at the first corner. Made it 4 wide and then still committed further. That was mega driving from Tim Yarshell. That's how you do aggressive, because most importantly, and I always say this, if you're going to do a dive bomb, that's absolutely fine, but hit the apex. And that is exactly what Tim did. That was brilliant driving and super aggressive, but on the right side of it.
I've got to say as well, I mean, no ABS, no traction control on iRacing for these cars. Very well handled from all there, and all drivers, remember, with the exception of Coanda, who did not take to the starting grid, out onto the Nordschleife through the Spienschmidt curve for the first time by. Let's see if we're going to see a breakaway from Shera Esports as Raphael Renhofer does take the lead down to the Hudson back. Your pole sitter, Frozen Speed by Grid and Grow, drops in behind them as now the final starting group. Remember, we've got both the SB10s, the GT4 cars, and then the SB3s, the Renault Clios, lined up behind them as well. Aaron Vasquez for the AMG Team Apex Racing Team got it done in qualifying, but he's got Sim RC and Corentin Gunes. So much success in this championship in the past for them. Here we go once more. And how many cars are they out wide? Only 3 this time. Sven Haas is getting a good push from behind down to turn number 1. And Corentin Gunes is going to challenge Aaron Vasquez. Gunes gets tagged from behind. Tristan Iglesias gives him a bit of a shove. And while, yes, the Sim RC car is able to recover, more smoke in the background through turn 1. Sim RC now officially down to 6th position. And Vasquez retakes the lead. Another slightly clumsy start for these drivers to work their way through, and race control, Lewis, already having to work their way through plenty of incidents.
Yeah, we'll talk about the race control interventions as soon as we possibly can get through all of this drama. It was Shera Esports, by the way, from pole position in the Clio Cup. That was the car that you saw going sideways in the background after receiving quite a hit. But speaking of hits, what a hit it was for Sim RC and Corentin Gunes there at T1. I mean, it's so easy. It's such an awkward corner. It's so easy to get into the back of someone, and that's exactly what happened in there as we keep our eye now on the Adopt Don't Shop car. Leon Pischke behind the wheel, about to be passed. I think we're going to get some potentially some big moves down here. Is that going to be 3 wide for Shera?
Does look like it, and well, that's going to potentially work into some chaos as they sweep their way to the braking zone. The SB10s, meanwhile, Team Hoisingveld getting a poor run, going to check up potentially there. The Rentaxi entry, slingshots the inside. One driver completely shortcuts the chicane. Whoa, there was a gap there, and they just about were able to fit through it. If this is what the SB3s are going to be like for the entirety of the race, I hope we can keep our cameras pointed towards them as Wolf Motorsport just able to stay on the track, albeit after losing a couple of positions. We are now 6 minutes into the Ravenel 3-hour race. We've already had, what, 3-4 race control penalties that have worked their way through. and drive-through penalty galore so far.
Yeah, now these I believe were not from this, not from the race so far. I believe there was 6 drive-through penalties from the start of the race. One was PB Performance by Grid and Go, that's the 106 car. You've seen the 177 Smiller Esports Fossa car, that's also received a drive-through penalty. These have come from qualifying, well, from practice or qualifying. And then there's also the Sam Cornjan AC Mayan car. You've got Race Sim Zone. That might be that one right there for the number 48, certainly is. The 7 Racing and Dur Esports, the number 20, all receiving drive-through penalties for the start of this race.
Well, I can tell you, Lewis, that you're probably not wrong. But I'm pretty sure at least 2 of those penalties that popped up are from the start. And I've just seen something that's quite scary that's popped up on my race control sheet. Drive-through penalty for the number 33. What did Alexei Nesov do wrong as the cars re-enter onto the Dottinger Hoa? Start procedure violation. Drive-through penalty for that Porsche 911 GT3R. It's going to mean Elias Seppänen will inherit the race lead. And Nesov has got to serve this penalty within 3 laps. Does he decide to do it this time by? But Lewis, the game has been changed before the game even had a chance to get underway.
I don't believe that penalty's been handed out in-game yet. So obviously race control, we've got these penalties that have come through. And then the race controller have to apply them in-game. So I do not believe the 33 has the penalty in-game yet. So the 3 laps only starts as soon as it is applied in-game. So as much as race control have actually posted the note for it, until it's handed out in-game, that 3 laps doesn't start. So it'll probably be handed out this lap. And then, yeah, we'll see what happens. That's a big shame for the 33 after such an incredible start. And such, well, maybe a little bit too incredible start. But that kind of makes me wonder, will the Apex Racing team get a penalty as well? Because they were like, Elias Seppänen was pretty aggressive on the start, and that was aggressive against someone that was also was not following the start procedure.
We'll find out. I will say incident 15 just on your screen. Now the drive-through for the start penalty that I mentioned was incident 22. So there's still 7 more incidents or so to get through before you'll see the one that we're talking about. Also, like Lewis mentions, probably 7 more incidents or so for race control to actually finalize in sim. Probably will get done on this particular lap. But that is a big talking point already. Now these drivers, remember we talked about it in qualifying, expecting traffic inside of this opening stint of the race. And so if there's any one of these real-world drivers that thinks they've got a bit of an advantage on those around them, expect some aggression. And I do wonder, if you are Sami Matti Trojan, do you feel like you're a bit faster than Norby Kish? You're sitting less than half a car length behind as you work through the Sabine Schmidt curve right now. Ford Mustang behind of M&J Downforce doing very well to start this race off.
There was the number 20 getting their drive-through penalty. The next one then to get a drive-through will be the number 33. That'll be the next incident that will pop up. So Dur Esports already have theirs. They're currently, that's Mirko Bortolotti that's in that car, currently running in 9th position. Drive-through penalty for, I think it was something about the shortcut in qualifying and not doing it correctly, which is where a few penalties have been handed out for. Some of them, basically, a lot of the penalties that you've seen pop up on your screen, they're for relatively obscure stuff in qualifying. They've not followed the correct procedure for qualifying. The next penalty that you're going to see on your screen, that would be the penalty for the 33. That is the first penalty from the race, and a lot is pending already.
So plenty for our team behind the scenes to work their way through to start this season off. Porsche Cup cars down to turn 1. No moving coming from your race leader. It might be behind where Luca Kita got sent by Tim Yarshell on the start of the race. He's already worked his way back past and covers the inside and holds that position as well as the Alonfredson team push to the outside. And Tim Yarshell authoritatively holds on to the position for the time being. It's Team 75 Bernard by SimRC close up behind them as well. They've got Team Nitro Falcon. That's the 127. That's been able to climb up a quite remarkable 8 positions to start this race off. So qualifying not necessarily always going to put you on the back foot. There's another drive-through that's confirmed, by the way. That's for the Falcon Sim Racing number 44. And I'm expecting the next one to pop up on screen will be the one that we've already called out for your race leader, number 33, getting its drive-through penalty. And I've just seen that come through in Sim, Lewis, so officially has the next 3 laps to serve that penalty.
Yeah, it'll pop up on your screen in just a second. There we go. Race control message, number 33. There's your drive-through penalty. It's kind of one of those ones where it's actually one of those, it's actually a good thing that it comes through on the race control sheet and then in game, because you've got that time to be like, you're being told by a calm voice, you're being told that you've got the penalty, you get to breathe, and then then you get it in game, then you get angry. But you get that little moment of respite, knowing that the penalty's coming, and there's nothing more you can do about it.
Brent watching now as the SP10s get ready to close out their opening lap. Not really too much of a breakaway just yet, but remember, draft can be quite important in these cars, and so I think there's a bit of a split here between some maybe thinking about fuel saving and others going on the charge. Not going to make the move is Gabriel Streitmatter in the 180 gridandgo.com machine. He's behind Sim RC and Corentin Gunes. Remember, started this race in second, but down through turn 1, got tagged from behind, able to hold on to it, albeit dropping down into 5th position as a result, and now trying to close back up to Ruben Bonga in that BMW M4, all as these SP10s start to break away from the Renault Clios and the SP3s as well. I'm just going to call it out again once more, Lewis, but Kawanda in a BMW, it just doesn't feel right.
No, it is an odd sight. That, you know how I said like the Mercedes with the BS competition, I'm about that. I think it looks right. I think well, I say right's not the right word, but it kind of fits and it kind of works. I don't want to be that guy, but that Command livery, I'm looking at it going like, that was built for a Porsche. That was not built for this car. It looks a little bit weird on the BMW. There's a bit of a moment here for the adopt don't shop car.
Oh no, Leon Pishka's had a run through that grass, but I think he's going to head down to pit lane and see if there's any lasting damage. These Clios, by the way, 12 started, we're down to 10 still running. But already, before the traffic's even caught up to them, Lewis, they've all broken up there amongst themselves, and there's no one really drafting in the same way as we'd often be talking about with the touring cars.
Yeah, it is a bit odd how different it has been. I would have thought they would have stayed much tighter, but I actually think the strength of field is quite a lot different than with the touring cars. I think the touring cars, they were slightly higher. These are much more approachable than those touring cars. Sven Winter, by the way, up to 2nd position in category for Sherry Sports, you kind of mentioned, working their way back up after being clobbered off the road. Won't be too long before we see them being caught, really, by those SP9s. So we keep our eye on Bryn Collins, who has started the race, did start from pit lane after the issues in qualifying. Will now go for a little bit of a move up the hill. Well, I've got to look away from this one. That's going to be very big on Schneider,
who fortunately got the memo and into Bergwerk, slots back into line. And so important to get a good run out of the corner, given it's uphill, and now you're climbing all the way up towards bravery, which in these cars need a fair share of bravery to get through there cleanly. Slight dab of the brakes, down a gear, and then turn in and trust the car has got the grip and the downforce to stick it through the left-hander. You'll often find yourself closing on the car in front of you with the draft, but I don't think Bryn Collins is too worried about any potential move, having officially slotted his way in front. SP9 is going to come back around to the line. So I guess the question to be answered is, are we going to see the race leader off and into pit lane? Does that mean the AMG Team Apex Racing team inherit the race lead? Andy Goulden's behind Liberty Esport, and I think technically here, he might want to make a move. They're now 2.5 seconds behind those in front as you take a look on board at the driver with all of this action. Let's not forget, of course, he's part of the Nürburgring driver experience as well, so he's got plenty of veteran knowledge in the real world to carry over to the sim. And there's a couple of cars head to pit lane. I think it was Mirko Bortolotti taking his drive-through penalty. Are we going to see a slingshot into turn one? Think the Mercedes is a bit too far behind.
Elias Seppin as well, second position, sets the fastest lap of the race. You saw in the top right hand of your screen as there comes a bit of a look to the inside and almost a bit of contact with the back of the Liberty car. I am actually surprised that Alexei Nesov did not elect to come into pit lane to serve that drive-through penalty, because he's got a car about 35 odd seconds down the road, right? Now that's a Clio. That is definitely being caught this lap. And then we said that the lap time difference between the Clios and the SP9s is about a minute 30 to a minute 40, right? A minute 30 down the road is quite a lot of Clios, which means you're going to be catching them right at the end, most likely in that final sector, running around like Hoa Act and that kind of like. I don't want to be catching a Clio there. I would have pitted. I would have come to the drive-through and just dealt with it. Like that, you're almost certainly going to catch those Clios on this lap.
I'm trying to see if I can come up with a justification. I'm struggling right now. The thing I was wondering is, was he maybe thinking he'd drop into the Porsche Endurance, trophy cars? But they started 1 minute 30 seconds behind, right? A drive-through cost you 23 seconds here, so that's not a factor. Right. So I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I can't come up with anything, right? So look off the back off your race leader as they continue just to sequence their way on through in this opening stint. These are the real world drivers, let's not forget. They have to do 7 laps, but in some cases, you might see these drivers do more than 7 laps because they have got plenty of speed, they've got plenty of sim racing experience in addition to their real world credentials. I was wondering if they were doing fuel saving at some point, by the way, slightly earlier. I think the answer to that question, a categorical no.
Well, I mean, look, if I'm sat behind, if I'm like the Apex Racing Team BS competition, like obviously I am fuel saving a little bit, especially because, like, we're not the only ones that are aware the 33 has a drive-through penalty, right? Everyone on this grid, at least in the SP9 category, is well aware that the race leader has a drive-through penalty. And when that happens, your requirement to pass drops down significantly, especially if they're on pace. So right now, for Seppinen, for Kish, for Trogan and the likes, there's no real need to force the issue on the move. Let's just, all I'm thinking now is, I'm like, right, let's sit behind and save fuel then. Because you know whoever's in second place is going to be the race leader soon.
I did go back, by the way, and take a look at the race start. I was trying to take a, trying to understand where the infringement may have actually arisen from. I think what happened here is Alexei Nesov was slightly caught napping on the start, and you were wondering Elias Seppinen, right, who got such a rocket of a launch. I think Elias reacted to race controls, giving the green flag before Alexei did. And Alexei locked all the way to the wall. I wonder if that's where the penalty was incurred from. But it's such a small mistake, right? What my point really here is, he was so aggressive in wanting to hold on to track position that he's now put himself in a worse position, right? And that's the crux of being a race car driver, is you always are trying to get the best result, but sometimes getting the best result is understanding when not to fight, as we take a look at Phil Denez.
I don't know if you're still looking at the start there. I wonder if it was speed. Was he holding a consistent speed that should be, I think it's 85 kilometers an hour is what was known in race control. Was he actually holding a consistent speed? Was he accelerating? Was he too quick as they start to navigate a little bit of that Clio traffic as they get their way past the first one? I think they're about to come up to. You can see it there just on the left-hand side as we head towards the Lauda curve.
You're right, it was well, he's so close to a margin of error that it's hard to tell. So I'm going to trust race control's judgment on that one. But
Unbelievable speeding.
Yes, speeding is also a factor there. It's just clumsy sequence overall. From up above, Coanda's BMW in the SP10 category under fire. I'm going to see a switch here. Aaron Vasquez is really broken away. So Lucas Muller in that Falcon Sim Racing car, instantly sending the message to Coanda and BS Competition behind. Let's stop fighting. Let's try working together. But I don't think they all got the memo as well. Swooping around goes the Bonga drums. Iglesias loses 2 for the price of 1.
been doing a little bit of iRacing recently and some open wheelers around Snetterton, and I've seen a lot of people posting, oh, don't fight and stuff in chat a lot now, which is fine. You know, sometimes it makes sense, and a lot of times I'm looking at it being like, why would they not?
Does it make you want to fight more?
Yeah, kind of. It's just sort of like, why are you telling someone not to fight? And as Quentin Gunes, he's definitely not one to sit there and think, well, I'm not going to fight. Obviously, he wants to make up some of the progress that he lost down at Turn 1 when the back of the Sim RC car got absolutely battered at T1. So moving their way back up the order and into 4th. So solid move there down at T1.
2.3 seconds the gap now to the class leader. So I think there's potential here that Aaron Vasquez's time just moved very, very well, and he may not be seen for quite some time. 2 hours and 40 minutes still left to go for these particular drivers, of course. They won't do all the race. Expect them to either get out at this first pit stop cycle or the next pit stop cycle. There's no requirement necessarily that they must get out in either, like we've been talking about with the SB9s, where they must do a minimum of 7 laps with their real-world driver. The only thing you must do is have 2 drivers. That is one change, again, from last year, Lewis, where in the non-SB9 categories, you had a joker to use across the season where you could do a race solo, and we did see some drivers use their jokers to great effect.
Yeah, I mean, look, Roland Alonefredson are probably the main one to think, oh, where's my alone token? But no, you got to have friends in this championship now. And that, yeah, do you know what, I kind of respect it. You wouldn't get that in the real world, would you? Where it's just kind of like, oh yeah, no, that's fine. But it's got to be the same rules for everyone. I don't mind the lack of joke. Then again, it does mean that there are certain times when issues arise. I just think was it IMSA Esports last season, and Charlie Collins had an allergic reaction before the Watkins Glen race.
Yes.
And they had to change things last minute for that. Like some things like that happen randomly, and then you want to use your joke and whatever, but no, none anymore. Well, you've got to have friends.
I think if I remember correctly, Charlie actually ended up doing... Did he do the race?
No, he got replaced. I distinctly remember he got replaced.
He got replaced, but I think we ended up finding... He was okay. It was just they didn't want to risk it with, you know, he was at the doctor's office and whatnot. You are right. I'm remembering correctly now. It is Scherer 1 and 2 in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, though, as towards the carousel comes the top 3 train. They've got a bit of separation, and then 3 more behind them. Apex Racing, Door, and Alonefredson. 6 at the front. Very much now starting to hold their own, and because these cars have got so much speed in a straight line, yes, they've got less downforce, but they're only 5 seconds slower or so than an SB9 car on average, and so not expecting them to have to deal with the SB9s much in terms of traffic. They get to run their own race. Story that these Renault Clios definitely can't relate to the same degree. I did note, by the way, just rolling down pit lane for their drive-through penalty. Pole position now to 13th for Pole Promotion Esports.
Yeah, and they did it actually before they caught the back end of the Clio, so actually it was, I'll pump the brakes, it was the right call, that's fine. Sometimes us commentators we're wrong, and in Artuna's case, a lot of the time, but that's fine.
It's more often you.
That's true, that is true. We'll say whilst we were looking at the Scherer Esports 1-2 at the moment in the Porsche Cup category, just to note that's in the Pro part of the Porsche Cup category. In the AMS, it is Luke Schneider in the AVL W&S e-Motorsport car. That is the one that is leading in the AM category. They're currently running in 10th position, just about to be caught by Bryn Collins.
And remember, Bryn Collins started in pit lane, so there's been some storylines already to open up this season. On board with the Renault Clio, you can just see elevation change in this first part of the lap. And these are very much momentum-based cars, so how much speed can you roll through the corner, all as you're trying to hunt down the FK Motorsport 290 in front. Florian Kruger behind the wheel there. And then a big margin up to Scherer Esports, the pole sitters, who are starting to catch Smiley Esports and Entropy. And again, didn't get a replay of what happened at the start for the third and final starting group, but did go back in time, Lewis, and take a quick look at what happened to Sven Winter in the Scherer Esports car. And I think maybe this is something that we're going to have to keep an eye on for the entirety of the season. The SB3 pole sitter is really the only pole sitter that is not in full control of their own start, right? Because they've got to go with the class in front of them. And so they were almost 3-4 wide down to turn 1. And guess what? Chaos.
Yeah, as you would normally expect in Clio racing. Here we go with some Clio racing with some very fast SP9s flying their way around. Now, again, I've always said this before. You've got to imagine, in those Clios, you are basically on the limit of grip. Imagine how much you're throwing that car into Schwedenkreuz, thinking there's no, like, this is as quick as I can possibly do it. And then you have an SP9 fly past around the outside as if you are stood still. That is very jarring. And it's just the speed differential. 2 notes, by the way, whilst we were having the onboard there. Number one, I had to investigate the width of my wheel.
Okay.
Because honestly, that wheel, I can't remember what, it was so wide. It was so wide. Like the actual wheel itself. Girthy, I think is the way you could describe it. Very, very thick. But also, using a Formula wheel on a Clio. Whoa, that was scary. That was scary.
This is the thing about traffic.
It has crashed.
Oh, that's the M&J downforce Ford Mustang that now gets balked once again. And they're going to have to navigate their way through safely here. Slink to the inside. And now followed through by the Impulse by GTU Ferrari 296. Just showing you the give and take of traffic as lights flash and into miss hit miss. Second of the M&J downforce cars finally slides its way on forward.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was very, very scary for the M&J downforce car. Jan Philip Spring got behind the wheel at the moment, just getting caught out a little bit there. But then that's where, like, patience needs to really take over. You know, when you're behind one of those Clios and you're working into a section like that, you've got to be very, very mindful. It's cost him a position for Spring to Phil Denez. So Denez up to 4th position at the moment in category. But these Clios, that pace differential, like, it only takes one of them in the wrong place for you to be caught out, because the speed differential is so large. Arguably, to some degree, it's almost as big as the GTPs versus the GTDs. You know, those prototypes taken on GT3 cars. Percentage-wise, it's probably not far off.
Absolutely. Right. So 30 minutes into the race, around 30 more minutes from getting into the opening of the pit stop cycle. And most likely starting, of course, with the SP9s. You just continue one by one to pick their way through the Clios. Now getting towards the front of the field as well. And it is starting to trend into a 3 or 4 car breakaway. We'll see how it settles in. But so far, Elias Seppin and Norby Kish, Sami Matti Trogan and Phil Denez have done the best jobs for their teams. And then Jan-Philipp Springorb and a handful of others have done a decent job of staying up towards the front. Although, this was the moment for the M&J downforce car. Went to the outside, a gap that was starting to close. And, well, slight bit of contact. Good save after the drift.
Yeah, indeed. That was... and there's another... This is the thing, because the tyres were still dirty, still had a little bit of problem gathering grip on the rear end of that Mustang. But, yeah, this is back to the battle for the race lead. A trio of Mercs right at the front. Obviously, the first one being for the Apex Racing Team, then BS Competition, then Williams. And a little bit further back is Marler, and Phil Denez released up into 4th position, courtesy of the replay that we just saw there. Be pretty exciting to see if Phil Denez can maybe get after it. Does have plenty of speed left to go in that BMW M4 that he is well versed with. Race control update. Car 43 receiving a penalty.
Well, that's just another one to join to add to the list, I should say. I wonder if that might have already, though, been served. Have to wait and see. Did also just note, by the way, Door Esports, Mirko Bortolotti got tangled up with one of the Renault Clios, and so that car now sits in pit lane. So, so far, I think we've had one confirmed retirement. That's the Thomas Eng Sim Racing Renault Clio. Everyone else does seem to still be out there. Another drive-through penalty. This one for the 188 machine. The Coanda Esports entry. Is that meant to be the 118, or am I crazy?
I mean, it's... I don't know. I mean, well,
I'm looking at my entry list, and I don't see a car number higher than 138. So I'm just going to make a wild assumption. Slight typo there. That was a 118.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, what does it say on the race control sheet? Drive the penalty for the 188. That, of course, would be the GT4, wouldn't it?
Oh, that's right.
The SP10, rather. Yeah, that's why. There you go.
Oh, it's for turn 1. That's what... Yeah, that's an obvious penalty as well, let's be real.
Yeah, just, yeah, it was into the back of the Sim RC car. Look, we're not smart in the commentary box. It's fine.
Definitely not.
And it's early in the morning for him. I don't have an excuse. But... yeah, Sim RC getting clobbered by Coanda down at T1. That's where that drive-through penalty has come from. A couple of things under investigation as well. We'll update you on those and a few things that have been protested recently. But race control, despite having that big bit through qualifying, ooh, that's a bit of a scary bit of side-by-side through the final section at Tiergarten. Race control have been relatively busy through qualifying. They've actually not been ridiculously busy recently, so things are okay. And that as the fight for 8th position continues. Liberty Esport ahead, of course, of the Nürburgring Esports car.
And that was Andy Goulden flashing the lights, maybe not too thrilled with the close nature of the fight through the final corners, but he's going to push his case, switching back out of the Mercedes-Benz arena, not going to be able to look to the inside as the Porsche just holds its line. What's the margin up the road that they're looking at? It's about 3.5 seconds right now to Marek Bachmann in the M&J Downforce car. As well, that is our first stop and hold penalty of the race for the number 4 Alps Racing Team car. Suspect because they've already had one drive-through penalty today. They are racking up penalties. They're also racking up penalty points right now.
I'm also going to suggest, because obviously they were involved in an incident on the start-finish straight, weren't they? And I wonder if potentially, it was with the Falcon Sim Racing Team car, I wonder if potentially that was why it's a stop and go. The reasoning from race control moving to the left and causing a collision, that will have been on the start-finish straight, so I believe they've been the one that's caused the crash, and that's why it's such an aggressive penalty, because as we always say, contact in the corners, I mean, like, it happens, but contact on a straight is pretty silly.
Yes, silly is definitely one way to describe it. There's other harsher ways that I think some people in a race control room probably are using in their own right to justify the penalties as well. But again, the split-second nature of racing, especially, sometimes you look at incidents and you can slow it down. The benefit of sim racing is you get those, you know, infinite angles. You can do everything you want with the replays as well. The driver's only got one opportunity to make their decision, and that decision made in real time as well. So sometimes hard to put the microscope on that decision. You can see, I said, 3, maybe 4 car breakaway. Phil Denez has done just enough to stay with your race leaders, and Norby Kish right behind Elias Sepinen as well, as we sit on board with Sami-Matti Trojan. I think the M&J Downforce car, that little moment in traffic's cost it some time, Lewis. Christmas tree up for Sami-Matti Trojan. Can he get him that present to slide underneath to close out the year?
I mean, look, I'm not really the festive guy. That's an all right. That's a classy Christmas tree.
No racing ornaments though, so I'm taking points off.
That's fair, but you know, when it's just like you get tinsels in really tacky colours and it's just like it's too much. It's simple. It's green. It's got white lights in it. They aren't flashing, and it's got red tinsel. Done. Sold. That's fair enough. A little bit big. That's fine. But I mean, normally I complain about people having Christmas trees up, but I can't really complain on the 21st of December. 4 days away from Christmas, and yet still I will.
I mean, anyone could at the end of the day as well, right? It's more a question of are you not going to more than could you.
I don't have a Christmas tree up. I'm not like you.
When is the? I mean, I haven't sent you a picture of the Christmas tree I have, but it's
true.
It's very much smaller than the ones. Mine fits on my desk. Sami-Matti Trojan's does not.
I'll get a Lego one for next year.
Yes, we were talking about this. Lego Christmas trees for everybody.
I do have some Lego as a Christmas present, actually. which will be built on the 26th. Putting together my Millennium Falcon. Not a Porsche this time. I've already got that built.
The big Millennium Falcon?
No, I'm not lucky. Also, I haven't got the room for that. That thing's massive.
True.
Where would you put it?
I don't have the space for it either. I've told myself I'm not allowed to buy Lego anymore because I've got no space for it. all those F1 sets they're releasing next year, yeah, I've got a problem. Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. These are cars that can go a little bit longer than an hour, by the way, in terms of fuel. So let's see if they close up a bit on the SP9s in the next 25 minutes or so once those GT3 cars begin to come down to the lane. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Count them, Lewis. This leading train goes all the way back to Alone Fridson. And remembering that all these teams will have to do a driver change as well. They're all pro teams from what I can see.
Yeah.
Remember, PTN has a Pro-Am split right now. I think this means really the way the championship has worked out, as we see some cars off to the grass, with that qualifying for the Pro-Am split, it's really worked a treat.
Yeah, indeed. The highest AM car at the moment in category, I believe, is in 11th position in category. And I believe it's the Focus Tech by WMS car. They've taken over the lead in the AM category part of the Porsche Endurance Series. So moved their way up, fair enough. But keeping their eye on the pros at the front, it is incredibly tight as we check in with our SP10s up towards the races. Of course, it's the third category AMG Team Apex continuing to run away with things at the front. They lead by 5.5 seconds. They have completely checked out with Aaron Vasquez behind the wheel.
Yeah, I think once they got the opportunity to break the draft, they did not need that second invitation. And so now with the bonga drums leading the choo-choo train, I think it's now a fight for second very much. And so the Apex Racing AMG is hoping to hold on to its race lead. Aaron Vasquez at some point will have to get out of that car and over to his teammate, Maxence Godino, and an Apex Racing team who have promoted a whole handful of drivers from the Apex Racing Academy. So might see some new hopefuls making the charge up through the field. That was hopeful from Gabriel Streitmatter. And Tristan Iglesias has taken advantage to try and look around the outside. Poor Corin Tengunas. That's the second time this race where up his inside, someone's made a helter-skelter move, and he's had to concede and give some ground up. Sticks his nose back up the inside as Streitmatter's going to maybe get shuffled back to the tail end of the train. But that was brave.
Corin Tengunas must be sat there being like, what is happening in this SP10 category today? Because through no fault of his own, has been dropping positions despite having the pace in that Sim RC Merc to really go after. To be honest, like he's had the pace to be at the front, as we have seen, and yet still, because of the dramas of other people, like down in towards turn 1 with Tristan Iglesias, who obviously has that penalty. Yeah, just sat there getting more and more frustrated by proceedings. Did see, by the way, very quickly, Mirko Bortolotti's been in the pit lane again. Not 100% sure as to what's happened to the Dur Esports driver.
Now, did that happen after the incident that I mentioned, or?
I believe it's just come into the pit lane now.
I've been seeing him sat there for like 5 minutes.
Maybe I'm just not paying attention.
Or maybe your timing screens. That's the fun thing about the Nordschleife is sometimes the timing screen tells you lies because it's so big and weird things happen. So that's why I often go back and take a look at the replay, just to go and satisfy my own curiosity as to what has happened. Another drive-through penalty comes through, so one more for race control to check off the list that they've been working through, as 4 at the front once more crossed the line, 2.5 seconds behind, and this is the 6th lap of the run for them. So Lewis, they've only got to do 2 more laps and then they can get their real world driver out.
Yeah, indeed. This is, I say, it's going to be interesting. By the way, as much as you said, just very quickly, how I've got Mirko Bortolotti as being in the pit lane on lap 5.
Oh, it did happen. So he did come out and go back in.
Yeah, so I'm assuming something else might have happened. But again, this is the thing that I say. Timing towers around here. It's a big track, and sometimes it's very hard for it to keep on top of everything. So we'll hold fire until we know for sure what the dealio is. But like you say, probably not too far away from pit stops from the top grouping, and things remaining quite close. This is where the frustrating bit for that BMW M4 of Phil Denez probably comes in. He's not actually close enough to take advantage of the slipstream to save fuel. So that BMW has probably not been able to save fuel really at all throughout this race. So he's sat there being like, if you gain another 0.3 of a second, you can start fuel saving and not lose any time in doing so. But at the moment, can't. And like I said, the fuel saving, the more fuel you save, you're never going to save a lap, like I said earlier. It's far too long of a lap round here. But what you can do by saving fuel is reduce the amount of fuel you need to put into the car, thus shrinking the pit stop.
Yes. And you mentioned it earlier, Phil Denez, who has had his fair share of real-world GT3 experience this year out in Europe, both in a BMW M4, but also in a Lamborghini Huracan as well. So getting a chance to get a taste of multiple different GT3 manufacturers. Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy is headed back out towards Dottinger Hoa with a bit more of a separation between the teammates at the front of the field, but expect that to close once again in the draft. So it is Raphael Renhofer in front of Julian Reimer, and then the pole sitter, Frozen Speed by Grid and Go, content to ride in third and bide their time. Luca Kita for the Apex Racing team, Door Esports, and then Alfredson Racing, they've been able to close up as well. And then a 10-second, now make it 11-second deficit to the rest of the field behind, where it is currently Team Nitro that is trying to do some chasing down, as you can see. A little bit of some of that traffic that these leaders are having to contend with. But this is very much, I think, the meat of the Pro Championship fight right now in the class.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is cracking. 6 cars all separated by very little after nearly 45 minutes of racing as that Clio worked his way onto pit lane. A little bit more Clio for them to work their way past and the race down into T1. No moves happening, but importantly, the train is remaining close as Mirko Bottolotti drops a bumper on the way out of pit lane or something. I don't know, there was a bumper just sat there, but he has worked his way out of pit lane. So that Dur Esports Lamborghini back out onto the circuit.
Well, so missing some body panels, but at least back out there and showing some endurance racing spirit. Remember, it's a 4-round championship, so it's relatively short in its nature, and any opportunity you can score points is very, very important. So expect these drivers to push all the way to the very end. In the battle for the Clio lead, I think we are finally about to see Sven Winter, after charging his way forward for 45 minutes to try and get back to the front of the field. He's got Smelia and Entropy's 277 directly in front, and as they sweep out of Sabine Schmidt curve, target acquired. When does Maverick start to go?
That Sherritt Esports car the livery looks pretty good in the Clio, I will say that. I mean, I'm quite fond of the livery anyway. I think the livery looks great. That light blue, the white, and of course the important bit, the yellow highlights. It looks quite good in that Clio. Probably looks less good if you're in the Smelia Esports car, because you sat there looking at it in the mirror and, well, yeah, you know, your time's probably ticking down as race leader in this one. Sven Winter will work his way past. That said, because the slipstream is so great in the Clio category, I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if the 277 is able to keep up with the Sherritt Esports car, just using the slipstream to kind of keep that gap. Whether they're able to go back for the race lead or not is a different question, but being able to keep up is very much on the cards.
And using that draft to your effect as well could be important, right? Understanding how to use the traffic that they may have to deal with as well, because I do get the sneaking suspicion that there are some feisty Porsche Cup cars starting to close, and maybe that's what Sherritt Esports are thinking about. This will be a brave place to make a pass, long way around through Schwedenkreuz. Might become the inside into Arenberg if Winter's feeling brave, but shows himself, does not commit, and almost tags the bumper as they sweep down in towards the compression. We tried side-by-side here last year in traffic, did not work well in the opening round of the season. as Max Verstappen and Rudy Van Buren found out when they tangled with Kevin Ellis Jr. I mean, you can just see that car's not got the ability to pop out of the draft and make itself get alongside. So very frustrating at times. But this is where patience, Lewis, has got to come to the forefront. And as I mentioned, I think traffic's starting to close. There could be some opportunities on the horizon.
Yeah, now this is looking back from our race leader in the Clio category. And you can see, like you say, looming large in the background and getting larger. Some traffic which is on its way. Really the focus for Winter needs to be a really good exit from Bergwerk, of course, and the rise up the hill towards the Mulkover, of course, Bravery Corner. That's probably where you're most likely chance of a move. But the thing is, you're just probably going to get repassed going on the Dottinger Hoa. I mean, maybe you could pull out enough of a gap, but look at that traffic getting larger and larger as we head into miss, hit, miss. This is not going to be fun for these two, battling for the race lead. This could switch things up as we'll see these Cup cars work their way onto the scene. And again, that is the race lead in the Porsche Cup.
And if you're the race leaders, you flash the lights, you try and hurry them out of the way. Answer is no, quite respectable for the most part. These Clios are left on a slightly uncomfortable line as they're now pinched on the inside, but there's two more to slide on through. Alone Fridson Racing going to be able to get through. Now Scherer try to pounce on the power over the crest of the hill. And will it be a switch for the race lead? Will it be conceded? Sven Winter has got it done. And Leon Harhoff concedes that lead and now settles into the draft. Gets a good exit, hopefully, out of Bergwerk, and tries to get to the end of the stint as close to the back of the race leader as possible.
This is the thing, like that was, I mean, really nice attempt there from Sven Winter to actually get past. That said, now it really depends as to whether they're going to hang on to the race lead courtesy of the slipstream. There goes Mirko Bortolotti in the Dur Esports car. I believe Bortolotti is still behind the wheel. Certainly is, as we continue to rise up the hill. Sven Winter being able to hang on, but here comes Harhoff to the outside. Will be the inside by the time they get towards Bravery Corner. Got a couple of cars left to work their way past as well, which is obviously terrifying. That's fine.
A bit scary, and remember, you're always encouraged in the slower classes just to run your line and let the faster cars try and work their way around you. But there's some places where it's just not always the safest option, and there I think that might have been an opportunity for the race leader just to start to open up the gap a little bit more. New fastest lap incoming from Sami Matti Trogan as the SP9's now onto the 7th lap of the run. An opportunity at the end of this particular lap for them to come into pit lane and do their driver change. Already did see, by the way, that there were some teams that have come down to pit lane and done a driver change. Liberty Esport, Yves Volt is out and Florian Durkop has taken over. So we're going to see Yves get back in at the end of the race to finish off his required 7 laps.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting decision, but maybe not a terrible one. Maybe you want to use, yeah, it's kind of one of those ones of like, I'd want to get, depending on your difference of like, yeah, main driver, however your difference on pacing the drivers, if you have to start with your slower driver, maybe getting them out early is not actually that bad of a deal if you can make a longer middle stint, right? Because this, as early as possible, is where you're deep in the traffic. This is where you can do the most damage to the gaps, right? Then when passing back over, later on in the race, theoretically speaking, it's quieter. And it's more about you versus the track a little bit. Everything's spread out a little bit more. Everything's a little bit more calm. Everything's a little bit more in the rhythm. Whereas right at the start of the race, sometimes it can be really hard to get in and stay in that rhythm. So sometimes there's a bit of strategy like that. Other times, though, that could be us reading into it a little bit more. It could just be you got a little bit of damage and you think, right, let's get that sorted. And whilst we're here, let's switch things up. Who knows?
Exactly. And that's the beauty of strategy. I think at the Nordschleife, especially with the longer lap, you have a few options as to how you want to try and approach this. And while sometimes the big teams might all converge on one strategy, does not necessarily mean it's always the best strategy. The SB10s, 8.4 seconds is now the race lead. Ruben Bonger has been passed by Lucas Muller for second, so it's a new car starting to try and close up. But this is quite remarkable. It's often hard in a class like this where, you know, the cars have got little downforce, they don't have too much speed as well, to break away so quickly. But once Aaron Vasquez got his opportunity, Lewis, it's been a second or two every single lap. And you've got to wonder exactly what they're doing differently to the rest of the field.
I mean, look, Aaron Vasquez is one of the fastest drivers on the platform, right? You know, that's the important bit to point out here. You know, he is the highest I-rated driver on iRacing in the sports car side of things, right? So in this style of racing, it's the highest I-rated driver. And I think has just taken the advantage at the front of the field and has seen, look, I've got my gap to those behind. Let's build on it immediately. And this is the thing, right? Is a difference of a few tenths at the start. If Aaron Vasquez wasn't able to pull that gap out, that few tenths at the start could have meant that this whole pack was close, was a lot close together. And that's where it's just so fascinating. The decisions that you make right at the start of the race decide so much later on.
You can't, yeah, we always say it, right? You can't commit to fuel saving 10 minutes before the end of a stint. No, at that point it's too late. So make sure you've kind of worked through the options. And that's where the practice time and the commitment from these teams is so high, right? And the benefit of sim racing is sometimes the curse of sim racing as well. If you told Mirko Bortolotti that he could do as many laps as he wanted, it doesn't matter. There's no financial burden to worry about. You best believe he and every other real-world driver would say, right, let me test as much as some of these sim racers do, where they're driving 6-7 hours a day. It's not necessarily realistic in the real world, so it does tend to then also mean that when you think about strategy and things, these teams and drivers have got to do more work. I mean, we talked about it, Lewis, a couple of years ago in the BMW M-Sim Cup, where you used to have tires and fuel taken separately. And so there were teams that used to have to test in a 2-hour race. Did they want to take no tires? Did they want to take 2 tires or take 4 tires? And because you had to do a driver change as well in the one and only pit stop, it meant that you do one driver head out, do your stint, second driver go out and do their stint, but you had to do all the different variations you wanted to test. You're talking hours and hours and hours here.
Yeah, like I say, the best way to do your practice to a certain degree, obviously, is having practice routines and stuff, and going into practice with a target is all very, very important, of course. But when it comes to things like that, when it comes to knowing what the tyres are going to do over a race distance, the best way to learn is to brute force it, is to do a full stint. And that is really hard work. Yeah, I was talking about this with a few people before, of like the most amount of laps I've ever done practice-wise for an event. I've never done more, I've only ever once, rather, done more than 1,000 laps for an event. And that was when I was taking sim racing very seriously. Alas, these days, the most amount of practice that I'll do for an event is maybe 50 laps. Maybe. Around here, it'd probably be 2. And a lot of these drivers, they'll put in, you know, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of laps at every single event. They'll be doing strategies, they'll be doing this, they'll be doing that. I'm like, I don't have the attention span for that. That said, it does remind me of one time I was talking to a couple of drivers that had done the Bathurst 12-hour. And they were saying, oh yeah, so for like doing the Bathurst 12-hour, the amount of practice that you actually get, especially if you're the pro driver in a car, is way, way less than you'd think. I was speaking to him and he was like, yeah, because obviously you got to hand over to the AM driver and they've got to do more practice and stuff like that. He said, I went into practice, and after I'd finished practice, it was maybe like 10 laps. Maybe 12 laps of practice, and then you do 2 laps in qualifying, and it's like, right, race time.
Yep.
Around here, it's worse. So around here, like, you'll do your qualifying lap, and it's like, right, race time. That's it. That's what you get in real life.
Absolutely. I had a chance to chat to Super GT.
Oh, right.
And ask him a little bit about his experience at the Nordschleife, right? And well, it's just because sim racer, right? And we had him race in some of our races last year as well. We had the Bilstein guest entry with Jimmy as well, and that lack of practice is something that, you know, we don't think about so much in sim racing. You get so used to it, but it's it's a real thing, and understanding how to then go to a track and build up is so important as well, right? Here's a build up. Norby Kish, it's taken 7 laps, but is he finally going to go for the race lead? We think these drivers are going to be down to pit lane this time by. Is Elias Seppänen going to fight him too hard? Answer is a resounding no. And so, championship leaders, one stint of this race complete, retake the point of this field, and, well, stay out for one more lap as well. So they've done a little bit of fuel saving, Lewis, and they'll go on to the 8th lap of the run.
And you'll see exiting pit lane, rolling down pit lane on the left-hand side. You've got some of your SP10s, the GT4s, rolling out of pit lane. It is no longer Aaron Vasquez behind the wheel of the AMG Team Apex racing car. It's Maxence Godinho, or as I called him once, Godinho, or something like that. Football player, turned him into, it's fine, don't worry about it. Obviously, Godinho behind the wheel now of the AMG Team Apex racing car. Still the leaders in that category, and comfortably so, fair enough. But now it'll be very interesting to see whether Godinho could hang on to the gap that was so beautifully afforded to him by his teammate.
Yeah, so Vasquez did the work of building the gap. Now what can Maxence do to continue growing it, potentially? That should be an interesting thing to keep an eye on. So Falcon Sim Racing, BS Plus Competition, and Sim RC are the 3 that go long. Coanda Esports, the 188, they did take a drive-through penalty, but they have not pit, so they will be back down to pit lane the next time by, I would assume. I did see that some of the SP9s did elect to come down onto pit lane, but the front 7 or so have stayed out, so seems to be a bit of a split call there, and maybe some teams electing to get their real-world driver out and put their sim driver in sooner rather than later. Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, though, still Scherer 1 and 2. Raphael Renhofer is now 1 second clear. It's the biggest this gap has ever been. And Lewis, I mentioned it, these drivers and these cars will be able to go longer than about 65, 70 minutes or so. So expect them to stay out there for at least 1 or 2 more laps.
Yeah, and you've got to remember, with that, like, as much as they can go longer, just to clarify, they cannot do this race on one stop. They can't get to an hour and a half, which would then afford them to do the race in one stop. It just means that their final stint will be shorter, or their middle stint can be shorter, depends on which way you want to run it. I'd always play it where my final stint is shorter, because then you can play your strategy a little bit easier, although there are some reasons why you might want the middle stint to be shorter, but that's a very risky strategy, and you've got to hope that your maths are run to the actual number. The Alone Fritzen car, by the way, had dropped off the rear end a little bit of this train, but has now re-caught it back up. So the 6 of these will be running around. But interestingly enough, the gap between the 2 Scherers at the front of this category is fairly large comparatively to where it's been before, though obviously the slipstream will close that one back down. Just note on the SP9s, of course, which you said like a few of them have come down onto pit lane. Obviously, like I say, a few of those will be to get their pro drivers out and switch things up, which is great. But imagine like when you're like the top 4 teams, right, and you've got obviously Norby Kish, you've got Elias Seppänen, you've got yourself Sami Matti-Trogen, you've got Phil Denez. A lot of the times with those, yeah, sure, they're classified as the pro driver in that outfit. But for those, yeah, you can leave those behind the wheel and just play them like a normal stint. You don't have to play the whole, like, oh, it's 7 laps, let's jump our way in this. Here comes a bit of a switch.
That's a bit of a sen. Not 1, but 2 of them, and it almost gets compressed, but they all make it out of turn 1. Frozen Speed by Grin and Go will lose out to Luca Kita. The Apex Racing team do grab a position through all of that, but Tim Yarshell's opportunistic dive does not give him a position as well. From the race lead, though, now off of the podium spots, I think Frozen Speed by Grin and Go, excuse me, I think they might just be biding their time right here. I'm wondering if we'll see an explosion from them towards the end of the race.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, like, there is that potential, but then I'm sure a few drivers and a few teams are keeping things pretty close to their chests. Tim Marshall trying another aggressive dive, though. Not quite this one, not quite working out, but that's fine. Obviously, that aggressive dive down towards turn 1. I mean, you've got to imagine where that car's qualified in class, and that aggressive dive, maybe you could say it was over the line, but that dive down into turn 1 is what has thrown him into the battle for the race lead. Had he not done that, maybe he would have been in the group that's been cut off from this group, and then wouldn't be battling for the race lead. That's why sometimes getting your elbows out a little bit, getting your hands dirty down at T1 is important. 1 hour complete, though, Arjuna. 2 hours left to go.
It's been an opening hour to enjoy in many ways, this Ravenel 3-hour race to kick off another season of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Lewis McLeod, and still with plenty to work our way through. So don't go anywhere as we close our way on the checkered flag and our first winners of a new season of action. Let's go back over to the Clios, and this is what we were wondering. If Smilia could stay very much in the draft of Shera Esport, there was a chance that even though a 10-second deficit had been shrunk down, they could stay up towards the very front. Might see a switch around for the final step for the podium as well. This is 30 seconds off of the lead as Florian Kruger and Merlin Mark Wolf battle FK Motorsport versus Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing.
And they'll remain side by side as we head down towards Tiergarten. So let's wait and see as to how they're going to unfold their way through. A little bit of a clipping of the curb as well. As they'll head their way through the final complex of corners, and it will indeed be the Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing car running as third position at the moment. FK Motorsport then down into fourth spot, but still nice and close. The one thing that we don't know, Arjuna, how long are these stints going to be for the Clios? Do you have any idea? Because I reckon that they could be risking like longer stints than normal. They don't burn fuel as aggressively as anyone else, basically.
I was hoping you wouldn't ask me that question, and we'd just say,
We'll move on.
when they came down to pit lane, right on schedule. The Renault Clios are into pit lane. No one would have been any the wiser.
You're letting people know how commentary works. This is the, but it's a step into the unknown. Like I say, Clios, for us, commentary-wise, we see them sprint racing a lot. We don't typically see them in endurance racing. And so this is a step into the unknown for us. I believe, by the way, the FK Motorsport car has just got a slow-down penalty for cutting on the inside of the Mercedes Arena section. So they were close in that fight with Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing. They are about a second and a half back now, by the way.
That will hurt them, that is for sure. Sometimes we'll pull the curtain behind and let people know what's happening in the broadcast booth, but not very often are we going to admit that we don't know something. That's the thing about commentators. Say stuff confidently, and a lot of times people will believe you. Gap at the front, though, has opened up. I think through traffic, Norby Kish has taken advantage. 1.4 seconds his advantage over Elias Seppinen, Sami-Matti Trojan, and Phil Dinez. And I think Lewis, 1 hour complete. We are expecting the front four to be down to pit lane this time by. And so the question really will be asked, do you think your quote-unquote real-world driver is the one to leave in? Or do you think your sim racing ace is the one to put in for 1 hour and 56 minutes?
It's interesting. I mean, to be fair, even if you do change drivers this time into pit lane, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that you won't change it on the next stop as well. And we've said this before, like sometimes keeping fresh in the car and changing every stop, as much as it can be not ideal in some ways, especially at this level. These drivers are so good at plug and play. They're so good at jumping in and out of the car that it wouldn't necessarily matter, as into the pit lane then comes our SP9. So BS Competition, Apex, Williams, Marla all into the pit lane. Impulse in there, Ferrari 296 also jump into pit lane along with M&J Downforce. Everyone is, as expected, into pit lane, including our pole sitter, Alexei Nesov.
So let's see if there will be driver changes amiss. And well, 1, 2, 3. Kornbach into the BS Plus #1, Alejandro Sanchez into the AMG Apex entry, and Barneveld into the Marla Racing Team car. But does look as though it's Sami-Matti Trojan that's staying in for Williams Esports. Vasilius Belitsiotis will jump in for the very end.
Yep, indeed. So, I mean, that's fair. We know how good Sami-Matti Trojan is, and he's in the rhythm right now, so remains behind the wheel of the Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports car. And that's fine. As much as we like commentating on as if they're racing at the moment and like changing everything, they're obviously just in the pit lane. BS Competition lead. I think they've got a bigger gap as they've left pit lane as what they had coming in. This could be the time for them to break the field, to be honest.
It's very small, but they've been able to grow the gap in pit lane cone to cone by about a second. So Norby Kish and Felix Kornbach get the job done, and it's 2 seconds. But what did I say at the start? Alejandro Sanchez could be one to watch in the AMG Team Apex Racing car. Let's see how he settles into the rhythm. Ryan Barneveld, Marla Racing Team, they jump Sammy Matty Trogan and Williams Esports in the pit lane.
And you did just get the note there at the top of your screen, the 244. That is the M&J Downforce 2 that came in at the same time as Impulse. They've received a drive-through penalty. That was for weaving on the Duttinger Hoa, which is not allowed. They've been already notified by race control that is not allowed, and they've still done it anyway, and so they've received a drive-through penalty. It's kind of the same thing. It's like you're allowed to move once to defend, and then you're allowed to move back towards race line, as you normally would do. Giving a car width, but you're not allowed to weave to try and break the slipstream, and that's exactly what they've done, and they've received a drive-through penalty for their trouble. So M&J Downforce, it'll be a bit of a shame, obviously Springop getting out of the car, handing over to Dennis Menzies. Dennis Menzies will have to come round and accept that he's got a drive-through penalty, and even though he's literally his first lap, first few calls of the race, been told, right, back in pit lane with you.
It's always interesting when you serve the penalty that you didn't earn, but that's team racing at the end of the day, right? That's one of the compromises that you make. Sometimes we talk about setup compromises. Sometimes it's taking penalties for your teammate as well. Sister cars swapping around? Answer is no. Raphael Renhofer holds on to the lead. Julian Reimer sits in second. But are we about to see a pit party for the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy cars? Now, we know they can maybe go a lap longer. The question is, will they? No. All in unison. They're going to come down to the pit box, and I think we might see some driver changes as well. Commander Esports, they've been able to recover to be about 15, 16 seconds off of the lead. Bryn Collins passes Adam Isaacson just as he gets ready to bring the car down to pit box as well. It's been a tidy opening stint for the purple and orange.
Yeah, and Bryn Collins, like you say, will bring us way to pit lane. Obviously, Collins has got a fair amount of experience in this style of car recently, and obviously showing that experience here. Great stint for him realistically after a very odd issue in qualifying, but technical issues aside, running quite nicely indeed into pit lane and out of the car, interestingly enough. Oh no, staying in the car, never mind. So Bryn Collins will remain behind the wheel. Any swaps on driver? I don't actually believe many are. Luca Keat is out, and Bilicki will be behind the wheel. The Frozen Speed will have a switch of driver. Tim Yash remains behind the wheel of Dur Esports, and Demsenso will remain behind the wheel of the Alone Fridson car as well.
So that's a couple of driver changes there. Lewis Bilicki, one of those drivers, by the way, that's got the promotion from the Apex Racing Academy to the full Apex Racing team. So keep an eye out for how he does as just continues to build up his speed and confidence. So Tim Yarshell slightly underfuels the car and emerges with track position. He now leads in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class, but still share a second and third. And then Alone Fridson jumped to fourth, Apex Racing team in fifth, and Frozen Speed by Grin and Go. They've gone for a full service. They've dropped down.
Oh. Also, the Alone Fridson car, I don't know if you can see it now, there is some damage on the front end of that car. And I believe that's been on entrance to pit lane, because I did not recall that damage when they were running on the Duttinger Hoa.
So did they all compress into where they've got to get down to the limit?
Must have done so. And I wonder if it had hit someone, maybe caused a bit of a slower start. I don't know. That's an interesting one, though. Definitely one to keep an eye on. But there is some definite damage on the front end of the Alone Fridson Racing car.
So we will go back and take a look maybe and see what we can find. Meanwhile, Karin Tengun is looking forward, sneaks past one Clio. And now, where does he look on Ruben Bonga? And I think the margin up towards the Falcon Sim Racing car is still relatively small, so he's not feeling the need to go for it just yet. But this is where you can see the decisions that Gunez is having to make. Does he go for it? Does he push? Does he sit back? Right now, for the time being, content to just ride, but we'll be heading down to pit lane this time around. Be curious if, excuse me, they've come out of pit lane this time by, so not going to see a driver change now, but we are going to see it in the next into the race. So Corentin Gunez will get out, and his teammate Marvin Strell will take over for the final 45, 50 minutes.
Yeah, indeed. I say it's going to be very, very, very interesting to see where and when you can make it, because obviously for Gunez, the issue down at turn one, right, which obviously was all spun around. No, there's more speed behind this wheel. it's just about getting past the BS competition car and then actually breaking away, and that's the problem. Is that getting past isn't necessarily the issue, but getting past without losing speed and actually being able to run away, that's the problem. Because if you go for a move here, for example, for one you wouldn't, but let's say for example you did, you're going to lose time in doing so. At which point, what is the point? Because you're not going to be able to hold up because you're just going to get past the Duttinger Her anyway.
Sometimes much easier being in the broadcast booth than behind the wheel of one of these race cars, isn't it? Into pit lane for the Clio leaders, and so
right on schedule.
Right on schedule. There we go.
There we go. Pick.
And now we know for the rest of the season, 70 minutes. Okay, just write it down.
Right, yeah, keep that one noted as the Wolf and FK Motorsports car. It is exactly, it was right when we predicted, exactly on schedule, just about 70 minutes.
Yes, Arjuna was predicted that, just to be clear, not Lewis. We'll see the rest of the drivers at the pit lane as well for the most part, so I think that is as we will see for the rest of the season. Is it going to be close on pit exit though? That's what we'll have to keep our eye on. Remember, no driver change for some GT3 teams, but for the top three, Kornbach, Sanchez, and Barneveld, all new drivers settling into the rhythm. And so let's take a look at the current standings with the pit stop cycle, mostly done and dusted. So BS Plus competition are defending champions. Well, they lead, but Felix Kornbach's just taken over from Norby Kish. They run in front of Alejandro Sanchez, who on this lap alone has taken 3/10 off of the race lead in that number 49 Apex AMG machine. Marla Racing Team, Ryan Barneveld sits in third, and then the AMG Williams Esports car, final car you can see in shot, runs now 4 seconds behind Sami Matti Trogan, losing some ground on this particular outlap from the pit lane. Liberty Esport, M&J Downforce, Impulse Racing by GTU, and Pole Promotion Esports. Oh, our pole sitters, you've got to feel for them somewhat, Lewis. Slight start violation, drive-through penalty to be served, and they're no longer in contention.
It'll feel like a harsh penalty, but these things that are written in the rule book and they're black and white, you kind of need harsh penalties, as basic as they are. We said we were having a conversation about this before we went live about car numbers and joining in the wrong car number, for example. You would say that a penalty for that is quite harsh, but it's not, because it's one of those basic fundamental things. Same with keeping the speed limit, same with speed in the pit lane, same with this, same with that. There's so many things where it's like these fundamental things. Breaking those is, it needs to be a penalty for it, and including breaking the start procedure. When you have a responsibility as the pole sitter in category to hold the speed limit and make sure that you're not increasing or decreasing, and make sure that you're not speeding, because if you're the one in control, if you slowly increase your speed limit, that car that's like 8th or 9th back, they're going to see the speed slightly increasing and think, right, the car behind's going to slightly increase their speed, the car behind that's going to slightly increase their speed, and then once you get to the back of the train, they're going to think the race has started, and then they accelerate at full speed and cause a massive crash. But they're reacting to what the car ahead's doing, which is reacting to what the car ahead's doing, meaning that if you're the race leader, you just have to hold that speed limit and it's fine.
And well, one small mistake, and unfortunately Alexei Nesov's going to be kicking himself probably for the rest of this holiday period. Let's go over to the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class, where new race leader, but Door Esports on strategy put themselves at the front. Slightly short fill down on the pit box last time by. And now Sherra Esports, 116 and the 117 directly behind them. And then a gap to Alonefordson Racing, maybe with some damage that they're dealing with at this point. And the Apex Racing Team machine, then the final of those cars with a slightly different pit strategy. Frozen Speed by Grid and Go, a full service and a driver change, but Gunaso Tasdellen into the car. See how that's going to play out for them. Top 8 are all pro teams as well. Remember, this class now split up into Pro and Am. They had a qualifying session in the build-up to the race where all the drivers set lap times, and based on the lap time, they were divided up into those Pro and Am standings respectively. And so about 40-odd seconds covers the front 8 positions, all pro teams as it sits right now. 9th position in the class is the photosec by WMS team, who are the first, of course, of the AMs. They've got some pro teams behind them as well, but about a 12-second advantage over their main rivals at this point, Avia, W&S Motorsport. So just keep an eye out. Of course, these Porsche Cup cars, Lewis, all identical.
Yeah, and if you are getting confused as to who on earth that extra Porsche that's joining into this battle is, because I was confused by it, as the two Sherritt Esports cars will work their way past Dur Esports, but again, they have like a fair margin over those behind. That is one of the SP9s. That is Liam O'Willman in the Falcon Sim Racing team car. That currently runs down in 18th, we're about 17th position rather in the SP9 category. That is what that Porsche is. So don't panic too much about their existence in this battle, although it is very concerning.
It can sometimes be a bit confusing into the braking zone at the end of a long straight, given the top-end speed of these Porsche Cup cars, but Imo Willman's just being very respectable given his position overall in this race, and does not want to make the situation any messier than it potentially needs to be with 3 cars in contention. I think now we might end up seeing Sherritt Esports slightly walk away here. They are, I think, in my opinion, Lewis, the favourites for this season.
They really are. I mean, look, Sherritt Esports is one that we see a fair amount outside of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, but yeah, this is like their home, right? Obviously, we saw them do the first round of the IMSA Esports Championship in the GTD category. They ended up finishing in 9th position, if I remember correctly, in the McLaren 720, which was pretty cool. They are very strong over here. You know, they're champions, so that they have won a lot over in this neck of the woods, and you know, seeing that this is where they are very strong. They are going to be a tough team to beat in that cup category, and we're seeing that now. The fact that they're not only running 1 and 2, which is all very impressive, but the fact that they're checking away now, I think, like you say, I can see them pulling out a fair margin, and the Dur Esports drivers have a bit of a tall order to try and even keep up with the top 2.
SP10, where it's looking quite intriguing, but again, we've got some different strategies playing themselves out. So Falcon Sim Racing, BS Plus Competition, and Sim RC. They're running 1, 2, 3, but they slightly short-filled in relation to the AMG Team Apex Racing 190 and former pole sitter and race leader Maxence Cadino and Aaron Vasquez. Grid and Go's 180 is also on a similar strategy to the 190, but we'll see how it all plays out. These cars at the front of the field might end up being a little bit lighter and maybe a bit quicker as a result of that. We'll get a sense of lap time when they cross the timing beam for what will be their first time lap at the end of this one. Behind them, Team Hoisenfeld, the Nürburgring Esports 169, and Coanda Esports as well. Tristan Iglesias started up there in the first couple of rows, but unfortunately, let's not forget, contact through the first corner put them back in contention, and they've been on the back foot ever since that. Dur Esports Academy, X-Racer, Smiley Esports, and the Nürburgring Esports team, the rest of the cars in this class. Let's not forget BMW, Aston Martin, and Mercedes, the 3 manufacturers, Lewis, that we've got in the SP10.
Yeah, indeed. Ooh, as the impulse car makes a bit of an aggressive send there and could separate a little bit of this. That was a bold move. That's what you never want to see. You know, just those big dives down the inside from the SP9s, but they're going to get through how and when they see fit, to be perfectly honest. Had the Mustang having a bit of a look in the background as well. As we jump back to the Clios, big separation back here, 3 seconds for the Smiley Esports car. But I do get the feeling that 269 Sherritt Esports will probably be closing that one in, as we've seen earlier on in the stint.
What do you know? What was the gap in pit lane in terms of timing? Right around 3 seconds.
I wonder why. Obviously, they probably would have burnt more fuel on trying to catch up. Fair enough, maybe. I was going to say maybe they changed rear tyres as well. Because typically, I would say in the Clios, you probably only really need to change front tyres throughout the stints. But the rear tyres should theoretically be able to do the entire day. But I wonder with the slide at T1, then I don't know, that doesn't make sense to me. I think it's purely fuel, surely. Might have been a bit of damage repair, actually, because that was quite a big whack at T1.
It could have been damage, yeah. I think fuel's probably a good shout when you think about it, given, like you say, Scherer A were charging, B then gave a little bit of fuel saving to Smilia for the back half of the stint. Adopt, Don't Shop and FK Motorsport, they do have a fun fight right now that I think is going to start to develop for third. Got to factor in the Wolf Motorsport sim racing team as well, as much as there is still a little bit of shake-up, I think, to expect in this class. We're watching the fight for 6th position right now. Door Esports Academy try and slink up the inside of the Stefan Bell off S's, and my, oh my, that could have been a whole lot worse.
Yeah, indeed. That was close to a large bit of drama through one of the fastest sections around the Nordschleife as well. And like I say, the fact that you got one of those Clios driving off the road, now there's a bit of contact between them as well as they depart the Klein's carousel, the smaller of the carousels. That's the joy of the Clio, though, isn't it? You go offline, you go onto the grass. How do you save it? Keep your foot in. That's why I'm a front-wheel drive driver. Keep your foot in.
That was scary, man. That was Stefan Bell off S's as well, one of the fastest parts of the track with so much commitment. Not where you want things to go wrong, and so finally the swap around's going to happen. You can also say Adopt, Don't Shop are down on pit lane, so it's now FK Motorsport and Wolf Motorsport fighting just amongst themselves for 3rd position. All as in the SB10 lead. They are starting to fight, so it is going to be Ruben Bonga and BS Plus competition that take the lead, albeit with a bit of contact, and so Corentin Gunes might take 2nd as well. Lewis, there are fights up and down through this field. It's so hard to know where to look.
Yeah, indeed. There was near contact there between the Falcon Sim Racing team and BS competition. I think it was actually a little bit of a brush leaving the Mercedes Arena section. Like you say, Corentin Gunes finding himself back embroiled in this fight for what will be the race lead after the long stop for the AMG Team Apex Racing team. I mean, look, this is where strategy is everything in this. You know, playing your cards right in those groups is going to be critical, but like I say, BS competition at the moment hanging on to the race. See a little bit of action happening behind the race sim zone car. Just someone walking around, watching, having a little bit of a chat. Fair play.
I think this is one of those rigs, of course, where the little distraction that sometimes you've got to think about as well. You can see the hand over the back of the rigs. Maybe one of the engineers just keeping an eye on how things are going. Is that a motion rig? I think so. Not the camera shaking, I'm pretty sure of that one at least.
I don't think it is a motion rig. I think I think it's wobbling. I think it's just...
It might be, you know what it might be? It might be the power of the butt kicker.
It could be. That it could be. That said, I have the amount of power that goes through. I've obviously recently been driving on a direct drive. It's my first time driving on a direct drive. No, at home, I have driven on direct drives before. But then even then, they can shake apart an awful lot, especially if you have it slapped onto a desk like what I do. Don't comment. So yeah, maybe it is the wheel that's shaking it all around. There is one of the most famous clips in all of sim racing, Jim Paresis in the Formula Sim Racing World Championship. You might not recognise the name, you might not recognise the title of the championship, but you might recognise the video. He was driving at the Hockenheimring on R Factor 2. This was back in 2015. It's been viewed by 350,000 people, might be more than that these days. He has a bit of a slide, catches it on a G27, and all of his monitors fall down. Honestly, 10 out of 10 clip.
I'll be honest, I thought you were going to lead us down the train of Jordan Taylor. Do you remember when he was in a motion rig and it literally collapsed on him?
Oh, no.
Oh, I'm going to send you this video, and you are going to laugh. That's all I've got to say about that one. Door Esports, by the way, retake Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy lead and build up a bit of a buffer. So I think they're doing a good job of just keeping Scherer at bay with a slightly lighter car right now, and maybe giving them a bit more speed through some of these corners and a bit less wear on their tires as well. As back over to the Porsche Cup car as we look on board with the photosec by WMS 115. We have the Team Nitro by Falcon Cup directly in front. Now, this is an AM machine that we're riding on board with, Lewis, and so this is where you got to make a decision. You're chasing a pro car in front of you. Do you really want to be aggressive and make the move, or will you just follow and ride?
All I'm thinking now is I'm thinking about where the next AM car is. That's what I'm focused on. And so I'm not necessarily worried about that Pro car unless I'm considerably faster. If it's like a couple of tenths slower a lap, I'm not that worried. When it starts being like 4-5 seconds slower a lap, that's when I start getting the concern. But at the moment, like you say, the head of the AM category, they've got a fair gap back to the next AM driver, I believe. So even in that side, it's not too much of a worry.
Yes, you've got to know who you're fighting, and that's sometimes difficult in these races because I think the only indication on these cars is you can see on the back of the car in front, there's a little pro. Unless you're looking for that, sometimes you need the engineer in your ear to just remind you of who you're in a fight with. Let's go back to the SP10s. We did mention it, but they started brawling a little bit more. 3 at the front in this category. 2 BMWs, 1 Mercedes on the chase as well. We look rearwards from Ruben Bonga, climbing up towards the Mut curve. Not going to see, I think, Lucas Muller pop out of line and have a challenge just here. I think these drivers right now are going to be keeping an eye on the gap behind. A little bit of fighting that they've been doing, Lewis, and they are basically matching the lap time of the 190 Apex AMG, who, let's not forget, took on a little bit more fuel in the last cycle of pit stops.
I think quite a bit more fuel, to be honest. So that was, it's obviously to have that gap go from a 5-second lead to a 8 or 9 second deficit. The gap is around 7 seconds, though, back to Maxence Godino, who is closing back up into this group ever so slightly, bit by bit, especially as they fight. Looking backwards, though, from our race-leading BS competition car to Falcon Sim Racing and Sim RC. I think what Apex are trying to do is they're trying to strategize their way to having a really simple final stint, because if they've taken more fuel now and then obviously will take less fuel on their final stop, maybe Godino is going to stay behind the wheel, maybe he's going to repass over the Apex Racing Team car back to Aaron Vasquez for the final stint. Regardless, they're in a solid spot, and if they do have to take on less fuel, Vasquez could be so far ahead of the rest of the field if Godino is able to close his way back up. I think it's actually, right now, it doesn't look like a good call. I reckon it could be a very good call.
I think I'll come back to them. I'm picking up what you're putting down right now as we close in on another 30 minutes complete, and this will be the moment that we reach the halfway mark of this race as well. And they're all 3-hour races this season. We've called it out a couple of times. Previous years on our Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, we've had 3.5-hour races and 4-hour races as well. But to go to a standard 3-hour race format, no success penalties either, so our race winners don't have the threat of extra time in the pit lane lurking over them as well. Given some of the closeness that we're seeing at the front of these classes, Lewis, you've got to think, championship fights, you want to be at the front and finishing consistently time and time again.
The fact it is only 4 races, you mentioned before, I mean, it's only 12 hours of racing across the entire season, courtesy these only being 3-hour races now. If you have a bad race, like we've seen by a few teams, even on the race down into turn 1, or even before we got to turn 1, to be perfect honest, for a couple of them, for the likes of Corentin Gunes, who obviously for the Sim RC car, they're expected to be fighting for this championship, and that bit of contact down at T1, which sent them down the order, that's cost them a few points, or could cost them a few points towards the end of the race. It could cost them this, it could cost them that. You don't really have that much time this season to come back and regather those points. We saw Sanchez setting the fastest lap of the race there on the right-hand side of your screen. Here comes a potential switch for the race lead in the SP10s. Will we have that switch? I don't believe so.
They have been a bit willing to sit and wait until they get to the Grand Prix loop. So let's just wait. They might just be biding their time right now because there are opportunities in the opening part of the lap before you get to the Nordschleife to make some moves. So keep an eye on Lucas Muller here. Is he going to try something to just set it up now as they run out of the final corner once again? This is, by the way, 10th lap complete for the GT4 SP10 entries. Race leaders, they're on the 12th lap of their particular race. We'll watch the SP10s on the timing tower, but at least for the time being, back over to the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. as I believe we're watching our sport hunted down by Team 75 Bernard by SimRC.
Yeah, indeed. I have to see the clip you sent me of that rig flipping. That's mad, isn't it?
That, to be fair, your clip is great, but a sim rig that falls over onto its side.
Has anyone seen the? I'm sure you have. But there's like on Instagram, like there's been that reel like, that was floating around probably not long ago of the walking into like a little sim room, and then there's a guy on his side in the sim rig, and that's a setup, right? That's a clear setup. It's pretty funny. He's like, "Oh, I've crashed," and it's a setup.
Now I remember what you're saying. Yes.
Right, it's a setup. Now that is exactly that, but not a setup. It just happened. That's quite a clip. I respect that. Only 75,000. My clip that I sent you has 350, so I'm better.
Yeah, I'm not going to even argue that.
It is 10 years old, though. God, I've been around sim racing for a while.
Function of time.
I've been around sim racing for a long time. Oh my God, it's like it's 13 years. Ooh.
How long? So technically,
I'm old. You're older than me. It's fine.
I mean, in years, I'm older than you, but
yeah.
I'm trying to think. Technically, my first iRacing account I would have opened in like 2013. Do I count sim racing playing the Formula 1 games with my keyboard on my laptop?
No. It's when you started taking sim racing that a little bit seriously. So I drove my first ever race in sim racing July 2nd, 2013, but I was commentating a little bit before that.
Ooh, some of these drivers have got experience going back to those years as well. I think we are going to see a switch for the lead. Julian Reimer, the second of the Scherer cars, really has lost ground. Raphael Renhofer pounces on Tim Yarshell. Back to the front for Scherer.
Yeah, indeed. Retaking over the race lead, which is always handy. And, getting to control things from where they are. Obviously, at the moment, they won't necessarily be in as a comfortable spot as they were much earlier on in the race when they were running 1-2. There are some larger gaps. I mean, look at how far the 117 is. Reimer off the rear end of this, 2.6 seconds off of the top two. So Scherer Esports that were running first and second and we're starting to check out things. That's not how it's actually unfolded in that category.
Can't always work according to the script that you have in mind. I did see Roland Alfredson, I almost said Alonfredson, it's sticking. But he did jump into a chat to tell us that he does have some damage, so I thought curious to see how that plays out. Speaking of the SB10 lead, by the way, what did I say? I think there's more passing opportunities in the Grand Prix loop. Guess what's happened?
They've switched the race lead in the Grand Prix loop.
Wow, how did you guess?
That's crazy. Yeah, Falcon sim racing team, Lucas Muller at the lead of the SP10, like you say. BS competition dropped back behind. Curiously, Max Enskadino's not actually close. I thought it was going to close up a little bit, but actually the gap's 7.7 seconds, so it's actually gone out since the last time I checked it.
I think that fuel is somewhat helping these leaders right now. They will somewhat be hurt, of course. Expect them to probably spend a bit longer in the pit lane on the next time by. But the give and take, and I wonder if now for Sven Haase, it's more, I think, Sven Haase and GridandGo.com's 180 that's thinking about these three and where he's going to match up in comparison. He is, what, about 20 seconds off of them right now, if I'm doing the math correctly, just a bit under that?
Under that, yeah. It's more close to like 16, 17 seconds, Miss Sven Haase, which is probably around the time that Godino, or the 190 car was longer in the stop, right? It was around like 10, 15 seconds.
Yes.
So this might work out all right for Sven Haase to be embroiled in that fight for what will probably become the battle for second spot. But again, we'll have to wait and see how things are going to unfold in the SP10 category because strategy's a bit up in the air. One thing to note, though, we are over halfway through this race now. 1 hour and 25 minutes left to go. And obviously 1.5 hours was the halfway point of the race, give or take. Obviously that final lap, which around here it's not exactly the 40 seconds that you get at Brands Indy. A little bit longer than that.
Just a little bit longer, yes. And ooh, that's a squeeze. Up to the mud curver. It's brave from Corin Zengunas, but he's not going to sit behind Ruben Bonga anymore. The Mercedes slides its way on through. 1.2, though, now behind Falcon Sim Racing and traffic, I think, might play its part as well in helping them close that gap down once again. But a nice decisive move, and a former race winner in this series, former champion of the series as well, makes his way forward.
Yeah, Quentin Gunes had absolutely no aspirations of sitting behind that BS competition car any longer. Seeing the gap grow to Lucas Müller, and was like, right, it's now or never, off we go. Back to the battle though for the Clio Cup lead in our SP3s, and Sherry Esports have closed their way back up to our race leaders at the moment. Of course, the Smillia Esports Entropy car, and there could well be a switch for the lead. This is kind of where it switched around last time, and we'll see if it's going to be a switch again around here.
Is it going to be as easy as it was the last time around, or is there going to be a bit more fighting up towards the Mut Curve? My suspicion is it's going to look easy, but in these cars, it's not going to be any lifting, that's for sure. It's just the function of the draft and the slingshot. And finally, the move gets made, and back to the race lead. It's Scherer's 269. New driver behind the wheel, though, so they did do a driver change, as did Smillia, so that's something to keep in mind. Both teams have done their driver change already today.
Yeah, obviously, Leon Harhoff, who was behind the wheel of the Smillia Esports Entropy car, being allowed to jump out of the car, and Leon Weigel will take over the wheel of that one. Sherry Esports is Michael Tausch, who's behind the wheel. Of course, Sven Winter did the opening stint of the race for the Renault Clio Cup, and of course took issue down at T1, and now his teammates running as the race leader after retaking it. Alejandro Sancho there, fastest lap of the race again, absolutely flying in our race leading car, obviously dragging along the BS competition car with him.
Well, I can also say there's been some issues for the Frozen Speed by Grid and Go machine. I thought Gunnarzolo and Taz Dellen was going to be able to push later on, but they've just taken a tow back to pit lane. We've had a relatively clean race, all things considered, Lewis. Yeah, we do have fast repairs these teams can use at the expense of some time penalty, which gives them a fresh car effectively, but only 2 retirements of the 58 that started.
I will say this car here, by the way, the Alonfredson car, does have damage on the front end. You can see that, and obviously we were told by Roland Alfredson himself. Of course, the main part of the Alonfredson name was just that car has been warned as well. That was the reasoning is they need more situational awareness, and that was about the entry to pit lane where they got damage. Vincenzo behind the wheel obviously drove into the rear end of a car ahead and received the damage and the warning. They're not the only ones to have done so. The 122 Esports car also received the exact same warning for the exact same issue.
Well, a couple of teams trying to be a bit too pushy on pit entry. It's one of those places where you can make up some time, you can lose some ground as well, and so you're always trying to maximize to the best of your ability. Jump on board with second place with Felix Quirnbach behind, flying Alejandro Sanchez, lap after lap, going quicker and quicker. 7:54, 4:39 last time by. However, if you think Felix Quirnbach is slow, 7:54, 4:42. That's 3 1/1000ths of a second difference between the two drivers.
Yeah, which is not super surprising considering the gaps remain the same. They're basically just doing the same thing, and all Felix Quirnbach's doing is he's keeping an eye on that ART car directly ahead of him and just making sure that he's keeping close, using the slipstream, not dropping back too far. Sounds simple when you put it that way. Obviously, it definitely is not simple to try and keep up with a driver the speed of Aaron Vasquez, but Felix Quirnbach is plenty quick enough himself. Both of them above 10k I-rated drivers. Of course, there are a fair few 10k I-rated drivers these days. I actually don't know how many it is. You know off the top of your head?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I can probably go and take a look.
Give me 2 seconds. I've already got it loaded up from earlier.
There you go. Look at you.
It's, oh my goodness.
How many? How many?
I want you to guess.
Oh, don't make me do this.
No, go on. There's more than I thought. I'll put it that way.
Let's go with 64.
You're closer than I would have been. I would have gone for something around 35. It's 55.
I'm off.
55, though. My
That's
goodness.
a lot of people.
Tristan Iglesias is pretty close. He's on 9.98. He could
Nice.
find some. The thing is now that you've got so many that are above 10k, it's actually quite easy to get quite easy. By the way, just let me clarify. I don't mean easy. I mean because you can have a grid of 9, 10ki rated drivers. Back in the day, when there was only 1 or 2 10ki rated drivers, you would end up losing like 20 I rating for finishing like third. Or for like, it was so hard to gain I rating to get above 10k. You had to be perfect for like 100 races in a row. Whereas now, it's not quite as aggressive on that one.
No, it's with more people having more I rating, it's easier to gain I rating now. As Lewis Bilicic jumps in front of the Alone Fridson 138, they're now 9.4 off the back of the Door Esports car that has now lost out to Scherer's second car. So once again, Scherer run 1 and 2 in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring category in the spec Porsche 911 Cup cars. Last couple more Clios through the shortcut. That wraps them back around to the back half of the Grand Prix lap. And they'll loop around to continue putting in the laps on the Nordschleife. Your race lead, we talked about how Alejandro Sanchez and Felix Kronbach are close. Sami Matti Trogan's very close to the Mahler Racing team as well for 3rd position. And so there is a battle brewing, I think, for 3rd, but I'm not sure if that's going to be the battle for the overall race lead come the end of this race, Lewis. I think they've lost just a bit too much time.
Yeah, but then we'll get a clearer picture in around about 20 to 25, well, probably a little bit longer, minutes time. Somewhere within the next half an hour when we'll see them all pit. But I do absolutely agree. I think sometimes with these teams, too much time has been lost. I think the one where there is a gap for the race lead and not too much time has been lost it is maybe with that Apex Racing car. I think this is where it's... Oh, sorry, no, I was thinking of the SP10s, that's where I was thinking of. The Apex Racing Team car and the SP10s, which obviously can find itself back in the race league courtesy of the pit stops and taking less fuel. But that's it, is that we don't register that with some of the other categories who also is in a better position when it comes to fuel. And that can even be saved over this stint. So even if their pit stop times are relatively similar, they might well have saved a fair amount more fuel where they can chuck a bit less into the tank on the final stop. We'll need to wait until that final pit stop to really work out where things are going to end up. I think you can remove the Alone Fridson car from really taking anything major out from the rest of this race, mostly courtesy of that damage, which, as much as it seems fairly light, it'll make the car more draggy, lowering its straight line speed. One thing about the Nordschleife, as much as there's a lot of corners around here, a lot of them are flat out, meaning that drag is, well, it's a big issue.
It's always a balance, right, between take out the downforce and give yourself a bit more straight line speed, and 170 corners, all connected by straights of some kind, so very much got to make sure you maximize setup and your raceability as well, because when you add downforce, you might actually help yourself in traffic to some degree by being able to run side by side, but you'll also be slightly slower. And take, for example, the SP9s, they could be slower than the Porsche Cup cars in a straight line, so just add downforce and it makes it even more of a tricky situation to pass a Porsche Cup car, a situation that unfortunately, with how the racing works in the series, a relatively uncommon situation though to say that. Pit window, though, it opens in around 6 minutes time or so for the Clios in particular. But we have seen that with a bit of fuel saving, I think all the classes, Lewis, 65 minutes is very doable. So, you know, there are going to be teams that are already thinking, right, we've got to think about the pit stops. Where are we settled out right now?
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, you've kind of got to be a little bit careful with how long you go, because you need to know where the race leader is, right? Which kind of means that you know, and this goes for all categories, by the way, not just the top category. But let's say, for example, you're battling for the race lead and you want to pit early to short fill and to get on some fresh tyres and go on the attack, right? And so you think, oh, I'll pit a lap before. You've got to kind of know roughly who's going to win in the SP9s and at what speeds they're going to win at. Because if they cross the line with, let's say, 10 seconds left to go, they're then going to do an extra lap, which then means you have to do an extra lap, probably one more lap than you were calculating. And that's where and if you've pitted early, that means that you might need to stop for an extra lap of fuel, which around here is a fair stop. And that's where it is a trickier thing than most circuits, where, like, let's say, for example, again, if you were driving Brands Grand Prix or even the Nürburgring Grand Prix layout, right? You could maybe save that extra fuel, or going that one lap longer is not too big of a deal because it only adds a minute 40. Whereas around here, that's sometimes about flipping the coin. You need to really work out what the race leader's actually doing and when they're actually going to finish the race.
So having to work backwards can be difficult. You can look at all the fighting right now. SP10 category, GT4 lead starting to shrink just a little bit.
Number 20 Dura Esports car has been given a stop-and-go penalty for 10 seconds.
Ooh, so that's the one with Mirko Bortolotti and Jonas Wanner. Not quite sure what that's for. But
what have they done? Like, considering the issues they've had this race.
Exactly, they're already almost out of the race, so...
Causing a collision with the 43.
Oh, interesting, and interesting that, what did I say, about 70 minutes you could get to the end. And bam, the cars that went slightly short on fuel in the first stint of the race come in to pay the price. So it's going to mean the Apex Racing team, Mercedes, retakes the lead in the 190. But there's a long way still left to go. And this is the final time down pit lane for these teams, the drivers, who must execute.
Yeah, still 73 minutes left to go of the race. And again, it depends on where Alejandro Sanchez is compared to the start finish when he actually does his pit stop. So the fact that quite a few people have come in does will probably fill you with confidence in the SP10s that you're probably actually making roughly the right call, because it's unlikely you're all going to make the same mistake. So there is that. Not sure that Dura Esports driver, I was going to say, I thought they might have actually been out of the race because Mirko Bortolotti left the session, but Jonas Wanner is behind the wheel of the Dura Esports driver that find themselves at the back of the SP10s. It has not been a good day for Dura Esports in the SP9 category. Over a lap down around here after the big incidents they've had and some of the dramas. It's been a very frustrating day for them.
And a frustrating way to open up the season. Sometimes does leave you with some disappointing thoughts, but it's how you bounce back, and these drivers will get a bit of time with which to mentally reset. This is the final race of the year, of course, for many of them, being in their competitive schedules. But Lewis, we don't go racing again until the 1st of February, and then the next race after that, 15th of Feb. The last race of the season, it's the 8th of March. So while you get a bit of time after this round, it's not the same for the next rounds. It's a big mistake there, and taking advantage as our sports slip off the track. Team 75 say thank you very much.
Yep, absolutely. That's probably about as easy as a move's going to get on the Nordschleife. So a swift one there. But no, you're absolutely right. This is the thing with a few championships that even I've taken part in. First round happens, and then you get a big gap to the next one. I mean, it used to happen in Formula 1, didn't it? Of course, with the Australian Grand Prix, or you used to do like the Australia and then do Malaysia, and then there was quite a big gap until the next round. And yeah, that sometimes happens. They're going to instantly gain that position back, by the way, as there is an update from Race Control. Car 102 with a drive-through penalty. That will be one of our Porsche Cup cars. It's the Frozen Speed Grid and Go car. So more dramas for them, unfortunately, after what looked to be a slightly promising day for our pole sitters in that category.
And so I suspect they've got a penalty for the incident that I mentioned had taken them out of contention in the first place. So add insult to injury. I guess they made the mistake. Got to pay the price for it as a result of that one. Settling in, though, I think at this point now to some degree, are our net race leaders. And curiously, the Apex Racing team also came down to pit lane on that last lap, Lewis, and they are still 10 seconds behind Sim RC in SP10. We'll take a look at the replay of what happened to our sport and Sean Terre, but I am lost as to what's happening in the GT4, the SP10 category.
Yeah, I don't actually That's a baffling one. We'll update you with that in just a second as we see the replay here. Like I say, there's just the mistake, but instantly dropping straight into the slipstream, the R Sport car goes, and then obviously makes its way straight back through on the Dittinger Hoa. So that one's pretty handy for them. But yeah, Aaron Vasquez then, not the race leader as we were kind of expecting post pit stops in the SP10 category. Maybe they've been too cautious on fuel and they've just taken too much. I don't know.
They've had to do another driver change, which means they had to stop for a minimum of 30 seconds. This is how you know commentators don't know everything, because we're totally lost right now.
Yeah. And I did get told once to not judge strategies necessarily as a commentator, because a lot of the time if you judge strategies right at this point,
oh yes,
that's when, you know, and then they win, and then the drivers suddenly go, well, what do you think was going to happen? And then they really come out and yeah, I am quite happy to sit back, hold my hands up and be like, I don't fully understand. But maybe they burnt out too much fuel when Aaron Vasquez was running away. Maybe there was some fuel saving happening behind, and that was the more prevalent part of it. I don't know. But right now, Aaron Vasquez in the SP10s has got a lot more to do than we thought he might over the final stint of this race.
I'm not judging, I'm just not understanding is the right way to phrase it, right? Like they probably know more than me. It's just I'm struggling to see what they're seeing, and I'm just wondering if SimRC is now in the driver's seat, if Corentin Gunes and Marvin Strel, net race leaders. Let's see what happens there. 8 minutes to go to the top of the hour, though. Your GT3, the SB9 cars, watching Team Nitro and Falcon and Marco Bischoff in 16th right now. They're 5 laps into their stint, so hypothetically, they could go as much as 3 more laps, Lewis, which would take them to around 50, just under 50 minutes left to go. If these teams aren't thinking about driver changes, remember, Sami Matti Trogan is the only real-world driver still left in the car. Everyone else at the front has completed their minimum requirements for their drivers. Are they going to try and do something different to their competitors just to try and get some track position?
Yeah, I mean, look, we'll have to wait and see. The only thing is, obviously, with an hour and 8 minutes left, you know, you kind of got to wait a little bit. Like I said, I want to leave this pit stop as late as possible to make sure that you're in the window to actually get to the end of the race, right? Which I don't think, like, to talk of the SP10s, obviously, you know, some of those come into the pit lane and stuff. I don't think they can get to the end. I think there's another pit stop required. Like, there's no way they're going to be able to get that far, surely.
Maybe they've looked at where the SB9 leader is and they think they're going to be guaranteed an extra lap. Is that what it is?
Yeah, and these are things like kind of making the best of a bad situation. I would assume the SP10s, like, there's no way they're getting to the end. And so they're trying to make the best of a bad situation. And that's where maybe the Apex Racing teams are going to... I don't know. I don't know. It's a confusing one, but I don't think the drama's done with the SP10 category. Let's put it that way, as the 244 gets a drive-through penalty itself, and another one to chuck onto the list. Which one is the 244?
I'm betting that's a car that's joined with the wrong number.
No,
yes.
yeah, exactly. It's the M&J Downforce 2.
The SB9 car that, again, should be having a slightly different number, but effectively incorrect paperwork. Not going to be using the correct number for today's race. Hopefully they'll get that sorted in time for round number 2. We're watching one of the teammates who I'm pretty sure right now is talking with our German colleagues on their broadcast. So I'm sure there's a fascinating conversation going on that we're not privy to. But should we try and lip read? Should we try and...
Do you speak German?
No, but...
Can you lip read German?
I'm going to pretend to be Tim Heinemann. I had great fun in my opening stint. Marco Bischoff is a great teammate. I love the Porsche 911 GT3, and I love the Nordschleifer.
Is that what he said?
That's what he's saying. Word for word.
He did have a very cool livery in DTM back in the day, and he had a very cool livery back in 2014, taking part in the GPVWC Formula Challenge for 2 rounds. That was my team. Again, just got to check it out there. Had a black car with chrome on it.
I mean,
did look pretty good.
He is living the sim to reality dream, isn't he, right? So many sim racers only dream of getting a chance to go out there and show your skill set, and Tim has not only been given that chance, he's taken it with both hands and proven to the world that sim racers are capable. And speaking of sim racers, news breaking this week that a former F1 league racer is going to become a Formula One driver next year, as Isaac Hajar gets confirmed in the RB. Is it Racing Bulls or RB? What are we calling it now?
I am not going anywhere near that one, Arjuna. I'm not having anyone dumped on my table being like, here's a lawsuit for you because you got the name wrong. So it's Toro Rosso. No, I'm joking.
Lawsuit incoming.
Yeah, no, it's fine. No, obviously, Isaac Hajar, I was talking to a couple of mates about that. Great to see Isaac Hajar, obviously, up to F1. And like I say, maybe another driver that we can... because he's obviously a quality sim racer as well. See another F1 driver jumping into more sim racing world as well. Maybe redline driver in future. It'll join Max.
Now, how do we get a chance to go and drive these cars? That's what we got to figure out, you know? How can we commentate, Lewis, on the virtual cars if we don't know what the real thing's like?
I absolutely agree. I think we'll start a GoFundMe. Woe is me. Give me 300 grand to go and take part in some GT racing. Okay, thanks, bye.
All because we need to educate ourselves so we can be informative to the viewers. You know, we're sacrificing ourselves.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And for that means that obviously when I commentate on open wheelers and stuff, I need to know what they drive like. So get me a Formula E seat.
Oh, absolutely. No. There you go. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Lewis.
Great idea.
They let Tom Brooks get behind the wheel of a Formula E car.
Yeah, they did.
So
somehow.
I mean, you just got to convince them somehow.
Weirdly enough, I don't think that would be in the total budget of getting me behind the wheel of a Formula E. That's fine. Don't worry.
The GoFundMe.
Exactly.
Or you just need to win Formula E Accelerate. You know, next time that rolls around.
That is true. No idea when, where, or how, or whether I'll be commentating on though. But yeah, it's fine. That's for a different question. Until then, I want to just drive a GT3 around the Nordschleife. Thank you. Do you think they'll do a two-seater GT3? We can both go in it, and then I can commentate on your lap right next to you.
Wait, so you're trusting me to drive you around the Nordschleife, though? Silence.
To be fair, I have been. I've only ever been around the Nordschleife once, and I was driven by someone else.
Who drove you?
Nicholas Hillebrand in a Mazda 3.
Okay.
Represent.
So you're going to trust me in a BMW M4 GT4 car?
Yeah, why not?
That's what we're going to do. We'll call Timo, we'll call Florian.
I nearly trusted Rene Butler in a Renault Clio to take me around here, and avoided that one. It's fine.
That sounds fun and dangerous, which, to be fair, is every lap at the Nordschleife is what that is. Tim must be having a great chat with our German colleagues, by the way. All as his team... This is the thing about endurance racing, which I think to some is so weird, right? The fact that you just sit there and you watch your teammate go around, but you've got to be very careful about what you say, right? Because you're backseat driving. It's always irritating when you're on a long road trip and you've got a backseat driver. Now imagine being in a race and you've got a backseat teammate.
Yeah, I mean, it would be frustrating, but that's where, again, this is where, like we've always said before, it's less common at the higher levels, like up here. But yeah, obviously when you're doing like your little club racing, you'll find this more so in like the cup, especially in like the Clios and stuff. When you've done your stint of driving, you then become, like say, a backseat driver in a sense, by engineering and helping and giving information on stuff. More so in like the higher categories, of course, like say for example like the BS competition, obviously got Felix van Delft, who is like he does a lot of the race engineering on their side of things. Mark Trattner as well, obviously over at Apex and so. Like a lot of teams have an engineer specifically for them and their team and their drivers, and so like you, when you're a driver, when you're out of the car, it gives you that time to go and breathe and watch, and you've done your job, right? So, but yeah, it's an interesting one. It depends on what kind of voice you like in your ear. I like as few voices as possible, so typically Dan Kell, as soon as he's out of the car, no, you're not going anywhere, you're the only person that can talk to me right now, no one else can talk to me.
So demanding, Lewis. You've got so many requirements.
I do. That's, yeah, but then when I do races with other people, then they crash all the time and then use all my fast repairs, Arjuna.
That's what happens when you're with faster people. They've got to drive faster to make up for you.
Wow. I was just second. I was the third. I'm trying to work out what was the speed in our car.
You were not the slowest person in our car.
No, that was Cam Roger.
It was definitely Cam Roger.
Sorry, Cam.
Yeah, I was maybe the crashiest person in our car. That is fair.
I think it was Dan, then you, then me, then Cam.
Yeah. No,
it might have been you, then Dan, then me, then Cam, but it was definitely me and Cam at the bottom. That said, when I did the 24 hours of Spa with Enzo Fazzi, Ewan O'Leary and Cam Roger, I set the fastest lap of the car.
I mean, I'm just saying, I just finished the Moon Car 24, which means I've now competed in the most professional event of all of sim racing, right? And I started the car, which is expected to be the messiest stint, and we looked at an analysis. We calculated statistic, quality of stint, and I had one of the highest quality of stints. We finished 14th. I'm very proud of us, Lewis. We'll get back to the race at hand, though, because 2 hours complete. These drivers have settled into their rhythm quite nicely. Pole position, or rather Pole Promotion Esports, the car that put it on pole position, have just come down to pit lane for the final time today. Alexei Nesov finally jumps out, and Konstantin Scharf takes over.
Yeah, and there we go. We say goodbye to the face, but not the voice of Tim Heineman. Chuck him out of the broadcast for 58 minutes left to go, and we watch this fight between Impulse and one of the M&J performance cars. It is the 211 car. This is the battle for 6th position between Daniel Sommer and Tristan Kistner. At the moment, the two of those battling for 6th, about 30-odd seconds off of the next car. There's no way they'll be able to catch up to the back of Sammy Matty. Sorry, we've 5th position then, won't it? It's quite a bit of damage on the side of that Dura Esports car we just saw.
Yeah, that was...
That's Tim Yarshall, wasn't it?
Yeah. No, I'm just taking a look on my end to see if I can identify...
Oh, there's a big bit of damage on the back of him as well.
Yeah, that's going to unsettle the car more than I think he wants. Keep an eye on 3rd position and how it all fares out. Remember, there was some slightly different calls in terms of fuel amounts as well, so should have a relatively light car at this point as the M&J Ford Mustang just continues to hunt down Daniel Sommer. Back towards the Hadson, back they go. The SB9 class is really split up as well at this point, with 3rd and 4th separated on the road. And so this fight that we're watching right now, alongside your leaders, the only 2 SB9 battles where there's cars within a couple of seconds of each other at this point in the race. And it goes to something you were saying earlier, Lewis. There's only 60 or so cars on the track right now. In the real world, that's a small field, but for these drivers, it still feels relatively busy.
Yeah, and it will do over a 3-hour race. It's still a sprint race at the end of the day, and as much as things might be quiet for you at the moment, you can't guarantee that it's going to be quiet until the end of the race. You know, one bit of lap traffic can chuck someone into your pathway, or you could be lobbed down the order courtesy of it. Yeah, it's basically, it's not done yet as we look back up to the front of the field, where it's definitely not done. The AMG Team Apex Racing car just ahead of BS competition. Of course, Alejandro Sanchez, Felix Quernbach, these two basically for the last hour have been separated by no more than maybe 0.7 of a second. It's been hovering around half a second as an average. Quernbach's been closing his way back up into the rear end of Alejandro Sanchez inch by inch, and the gap now sits around 3 to 4 of a second. Very, very tight indeed between these two.
Very, very close. I did call out Sanchez as someone to watch for, but I think what Felix Quernbach is doing right now is just reminding us that at BS competition car, there's a reason why they've gone for the Mercedes, and they've done so for the last handful of years in the series as well. They feel confident in its ability around the Nordschleife. There's a BOP adjustment, of course, that the series organizers put in place specific to this track, and so it's very, very close fight right now, and it could go in either direction. It could come down in some ways to track positioning and who spends the most time in pit lane, and then maybe wins and loses in traffic. So I'm expecting them down to pit lane this time by. Yeah. And then we'll see. It should be another 7 laps from then to the end of the race.
Yeah, indeed. Surely into the pit lane at the end of this one. And I mean, this is going to be a very interesting fight. It's kind of one of those ones where Felix Quernbach, I'm actually happy sitting behind for now, and then we'll make our decision as to what we're going to do post pit lane. But right now, you're saving that fuel. Maybe you're hoping for that shorter stop, even though it's not. It's going to be fairly negligible. But it's right now, taking over the race lead will do absolutely nothing for you. It sounds like it'll do a lot because you're taking over the race lead, but it'll probably just slow you down and maybe allow the likes of Sami Matti-Trogan and maybe even Ryan Barneveld to close up in the pit stops or anything like that. There's no point in going for it right now.
Sit back and wait. Sometimes hard for a racing driver to do, but it goes back to the help in their ears as well. You say you don't like, too many people talking to you, but it's where that relationship develops. We talk about, Bono and Lewis in Formula One. Same sort of things develop in sim racing where specific engineers just work better with specific drivers, and so that relationship very much put to the test in situations like this. Quernbach still, though, like you say, going to be thinking, let's wait till afterwards where things shake on out. I'm not expecting a driver change from either of these two, as much as their rear-wheel drivers are great. Not to take anything away from Norby Kish or from Elias Sepinen. I think Felix Quernbach and Alejandro Sanchez, the lap times they've been doing, Lewis, they're quite remarkably just consistently chopping away time as the fuel's coming away.
Yeah, the margin's actually been really, really good. And to be fair, I think you're absolutely right. I'd leave these two behind the wheel. I wouldn't switch over anything majorly. Like I say, as much as maybe Norby Kish. If you switch both drivers for the final stint, you probably wouldn't see any major differences, right? Because they're both running, they're all going to be running pretty similar lap times. But right now, I want to leave it all in the rhythm. I want to leave it all in the hands of the drivers that are currently behind the wheel, the effectively the non-pro, the non-real world driver, even though they're all basically running the same pace anyway. It would fill me with more confidence to leave things as they are. We head now up towards Galgenkopf and out onto the Duttinger Hoa, and this is where we'll see the run down onto the start-finish straight, and most likely from this group, the run into pit lane as well.
And so again, we are on the precipice of the pit cycle, but a quick look at SP9 as they run right now with BS Plus and AMG Apex 1 and 2, with slight switch around towards the end of the lap, with Quernbach taking back over the lead. Arla and then AMG Team Williams not far behind, but you have to argue 52 minutes to go, probably out of contention right now. Let's not forget there are full 18 cars in this SP9 class scattered around the track right now, and so many teams and drivers still trying to eke out some sort of results from the Ravenol 3-hour race. But here they come, race leaders into the pit lane one final time. They've got to execute.
Yeah, so like I say, Felix Quernbach, Alejandro Sanchez both into the pit lane. Will Ryan Barneveld and Sami Matti-Trogan follow? I believe so. Ryan Barneveld's in, Sami Matti-Trogan also into the pit lane behind this. That is expected. Again, fuel burn, it's very unlikely they'll be able to go a lap longer. I think it's almost impossible, if it is impossible potentially. But there we go, straight up onto the jacks, so fresh tyres going on and fuel going into these cars. No driver switches for the top two as expected.
Well, it comes down then to their sprint to the end. They'll be released with just shy of 50 minutes to go. And then an all-out brawl to the end for them. While they finish up their cycle, quick talk about the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class, where the Pro and Ams continuing to get more and more mixed up. The green signifies the pros, the orange signifies the Ams. Scherer run 1 and 2, split by 8.5 seconds. Of course, we've just been talking about how Door Esports are in contention. They've come down to pit lane. Alexander Thieber's jumped into the 120. And they've emerged down in 7th position, some ways down the road. 16 cars started this class. We've got 15 still running. It's only the Sorg Rennsport team that are out of this race. 4.5 odd minutes separating the 15 or so cars in this class. Back to the top class though, Lewis. I was paying attention to the pit exit, and it has grown 3 seconds the margin between BS Plus and Apex AMG.
Yeah, it could be a cracking strategy here for BS Competition, pulling out a 3-second margin on Alejandro Sanchez. Less fuel may be taken on for sure. And like I say, maybe calculated to perfection. We'll find out that one in a few moments' time, or well, in 50 minutes' time, plus however long's left to go at that point. But now what it means is that Alejandro Sanchez will be pushing to the absolute limit of the car. And I've just seen him run into the gravel, maybe pushing a little bit too hard in his Mercedes AMG Team Apex car. Like I say, that is big. That is big for BS Competition to have such a lead.
In the SB10s, Falcon Sim Racing, Sim RC, and BS Plus, still 1, 2, and 3. A bit of separation now to the third place car in line, who is dropping into the clutches of the AMG Team Apex Racing team. It was wondered as to whether the strategy would fall back into the favor of the 190, but hasn't really played out to that end just yet. We're not sure if there's one more pit stop to expect from these teams and drivers. That Lucas Muller continues to set the lap times at the front of the field, but the benchmark must be held up for the rest of the class. SB10 started with 12, still have 12 running, although the Nürburgring Esports team, the 187, they got tangled up in the early stages, and they have dropped back as a result of that. But this has very much, Lewis, been a very interesting class, and so have the Clios, where Scherer Esports, Smilia, finally some separation between the two of them, but a controlling race lead now for our pole sitters.
Yeah, it's taken them a while to get into this window. They're not long away from their final pit stop, but Scherer Esports are where they really should have been after contact down at T1, and now starting to run away with things. It's been a tough afternoon for them, but they are in the right spot in the 269 and, like I say, running away by a fair margin over Smilia Esports, who did put up a really good fight. I think it'll be a well-deserved second spot for them. I don't see any more major switches coming in this category. I think it's literally, let's just run for the final stint, get to the checkered flag, and then pop off to watch the Arsenal match.
That's a very Lewis-specific, I think, thing to do. I mean, watching Arsenal, that sounds like a punishment.
What do you mean?
I'd rather watch Spurs.
Brutal. Hey, no, I respect it.
I'm getting in trouble after this broadcast. DMs
I respect it. That was brutal.
I mean, who are you playing today, Lewis?
Crystal
Who is the
Palace.
Arsenal playing? Okay, London derby.
Literally same as they played a few days ago.
Really?
Yeah, Carabao Cup. And then straight to this. It's like driving the Nordschleife again and again and again.
No, we're not comparing. No.
Well,
we're not comparing.
Just because if you see the same two things happening again and again does not mean that you're going to get the same result.
Yes, no, but you're comparing the Carabao Cup.
Well, you know, that's too fair. That's awful. No, fair enough. I'll allow it.
I'm not sitting down and taking that one.
I meant repetition more so than the Carabao Cup itself, because I would agree that's a horrendous statement.
Okay, I will allow that one at least. As Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC, remember, we're still waiting for them to come down to pit lane. Expect them to dive in this time by our Sport and Sean Terre lurking in the mirrors, but not forcing the issue.
Yeah, indeed, I say, just trying to fill the mirrors. Obviously, we saw the issue for our Sport back at the Clyde's Carousel a couple of laps ago, which is what cost them position to Team 75 better by Sim RC. Then they got back through, and now they've been repassed again. And now they're coming into the pit lane for their final stops of the afternoon. As here comes a battle in the Clios. As Adopt Don't Shop makes the move.
We had Adopt Don't Shop in the GR86s last year, if I'm not misremembering. So good to see them back and in the Clios this year and making that move. 52 seconds now behind the fight for third. So I think that's officially the highest they can expect naturally to reach up the road. But if there's any issues with traffic, they'll be in a pretty decent position to pounce on any misfortune for those in front of them. So going back to the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class for a second, did see that in the 118, David Williams is going to jump in. So there is a driver change ongoing as some of the pit stops cycle through, but it is back to Scherer 1 and 2 with Door Esports then in third. they're only 10 seconds in front now of the Apex Racing team. So, Lewis, if there is still some damage on that 120, let's keep an eye on them. 45 minutes to go. They are going to start to be looking over their shoulders.
Yeah, exactly. And to be fair, I think there's going to be a few teams that will be looking over their shoulders in the final stint of this race, as we'll see a little bit of a battle back here. Coanda against the Alonfredson car. And Roland Alfredson does hang on for now. One battle though I was going to say about the looking over your shoulder, race lead. It's down to 2 seconds now. Alejandro Sanchez has been lobbing this car around, and he's closed the gap now with the SP9 lead by a second on the first run over the Nordschleife, over the main part of the Nordschleife.
He's definitely the one to watch. The track conditions amongst the coolest that they've actually been all day as we work into the virtual evening. It's 5:20 p.m. in sim, virtual standard time, as some would say. That wind's not too high. There's not much humidity to speak of as well. We've got some pretty ideal conditions to go racing and to give grip to these teams and drivers. Team Nitro Falcon going to be under fire, I think, here from Roland Alfredson as he heads up to the chicane, but elects not to go for the move just yet. And again, just a reminder, some of these teams just out of pit lane, so you can see Coanda struggling to get their tires up to temperature right now, and David Williams falling off the back of this group.
Yeah, not quite got the speed of Roland Alfredson at the moment. Jonas Druten is the one at the moment driving that Team Nitro Falcon Cup car. But now the opportunities go missing for Roland Alfredson unless that traffic, that Aston Martin gets in the way. Won't have any further opportunities to pass for a little while, maybe the Schwedenkreuz. But it's such a brave move to try that one in Schwedenkreuz down into Arenberg. You can't dive Arenberg. It feels like a corner that you can, but if you dive it down the inside there last minute and you're not already alongside, trust me, you're going straight on. And so trying to make a move maybe around the Schwedenkreuz part, it's fair. But the run there up toward out of Hochhagen up towards the Flugplatz, not good enough really for Roland Alfredson. So definitely will be hanging on at the moment for their spot to what is it, 11th spot? Oh, what position actually is it? Sorry, it's 6th now.
I think so, for the time being at least.
Yeah.
Who knows what will happen though, especially with that damage. That gotta wonder, are they still feeling some adverse impacts of? SP10, Marvin Strell and Lucas Muller, 7 odd tenths between them. And I think this is going to be the one to keep an eye on in terms of race leads outside of SP9. Porsche Cup cars and Renault Clio's looking relatively settled. The battle between the BMW and the Mercedes could end up being one, especially with the fuel that we've been thinking about, the concerns where they may not be able to get to the end. We've still got some open questions. There's a door open, and Alonfredson up the inside. What a beautiful move.
Lovely move from Roland Alfredson, making that one done on Jonas Druten there. You can see some of the damage has been repaired in the front end of the Alonfredson car. It's not quite as dented as it was earlier on in the race, obviously courtesy of Vincenzo making contact on the run into the pit lane in that Alonfredson car a little earlier on in the race, and Jonas van Druten then dropped down. But it's not over yet, because obviously there could be the attempt coming up towards Bravery Corner, the Mutkova, and maybe even if you can stay close enough, another move coming on the Dittinger Hoa. But at the moment it is the Alfredson driven Alonfredson car that runs in 5th position.
These are, again, just a reminder, Porsche Cup cars with no ABS, no traction control. They are sold with those assists in the real world, but often disabled for many series, and on iRacing, disabled in their entirety. So it's all down to the driver to make the controls. And of course, it's a car that's used one of the top road racing competitions on iRacing, the Porsche Esports Super Cup, which will kick off for another season in a couple of weeks' time. And some of the teams and drivers that we've got in this field will be competing out there as well. And we've had some races at the Nordschleife in Porsche Esports Super Cup history. It's just a great combination, in my opinion. Porsche, Nordschleife, what do you really need more?
I mean, look, it is a great combo. Most things that race around here, it is going to always be a pretty solid combo for race. And I've commentated on a fair amount that's taken onto the Nordschleife, and it's always a solid combo, as Williams is now going to chuck himself into the mix and maybe try and make a move on Van der Ruyten, but can't quite get to the inside at the moment as we head up now into the carousel. I mean, look, it is a match made in heaven. You know, like taking a car like this around here, it does just work so well. No chance the Porsche Esports Super Cup return here anytime soon?
I'll be honest, I've forgotten. It's so early in the morning. I've forgotten what the schedule even is for this year. I know it starts at Daytona, and that's all my memory is going to serve me right now.
You know what? That's fair enough, because I can't even remember where GB3 starts next year. So fair play. Fair play. I'll let you pass.
No, we don't we don't come back to the Nordschleife, but we are going to Sachsenring though.
Oh, it's Sachsenring. That's fair enough.
Sorry, that's again 6:30 in the morning. My brain's just not working.
Do rate the Sachsenring, even though the front right of your car most certainly will not. Going around the midpoint of the circuit, you will really burn out the front of those tyres. We see a little bit of air being taken by the front of the Porsche rising up over the crest.
On board with Sergey Bloom in the Mulner Motorsports with Smilia car, riding 11th in class. About 10-15 seconds behind PB Performance by Grin and Go, who he's on the hunt with right now. And this is one of those deceptive times where you've not got traffic in front of you, and so it's quite simple to make an unforced error. And just looking at the webcam here, am I crazy or am I not seeing any headphones? And so he's got some speakers instead, which I'm guessing he's got a pretty cool speaker setup for his sim rig.
It is surprisingly rare, isn't it? Drivers going without headphones. Most people wear headphones. Some crazy people will wear earphones. Not about that. Do not vibe with that. Headphones, I've always found that with the reason why like most sim racers prefer racing with headphones and stuff, it's not even like the fact that you've got a microphone on there and you can communicate with the team. It's more when you get your headphones on, you're kind of like really closed off to the world. You're then a part of the machine and you're really focused on what you're doing. You would argue that there's potentially the same with VR, but I've always said the problem with VR is it's too heavy. And too heavy and too hot for sim racing at the moment, as I have just seen Alone, for instance, just been done by 2 cars on the Döttinger Höhe there, and it's just been passed by Van der Ruyten and by Williams.
Well,
oh, he crashed.
Oh, and such a great story goes wrong. We'll have to see if there's going to be lasting damage for that car as well. You can see the cars leaving the scene of the incident. And then just at the back of the shot, Nick Roland Alfredson going to emerge. You can see the front end's taking a big lick as well. So that, any damage they got repaired, they instantly put back on the car now.
Yeah, it was just got past both sides. There's going to be a big slide, a big spin. Oh, and there's going to be contact as well between the 124 Team 75 burnout by Sim RC car and the R Sport car. Oh, it's all starting to kick off in the Porsche Cup.
Lack of driver aids, I think, maybe on display there. Very easy to make a mistake with that fall off into the opening corner. Fortunately, they're all still running, albeit with maybe a bit more damage than they started the last lap with. Let's see if there's going to be anyone down to pit lane. Let's see PB Performance by Grin and Go. They just came down to pit lane. So all these teams just got a free position as a result of that anyway.
Yeah, indeed. There's only 36 minutes left to go, which is only a handful of laps around here, although I will say for some of these drivers, that will be a painful few laps, a very difficult one to actually navigate whilst keeping the car on the road. I will say, I did watch the Alfredson crash. I'm sure we'll try and get a replay as soon as possible, but it was a big hit into the barrier. Very, very big indeed for the Alone Fridson car. Having made contact with the side. Actually, I'm going to hold fire because I can't remember exactly which one. I think it was the Team Nitro Falcon Cup car, but I'm going to hold fire, completely committing to that one. Not 100% sure, but 35 minutes left to go. Got to basically limp to the checkered flag now.
It's going to be uncomfortable, and One mistake means the end of the race is going to be quite difficult. We are going to take a look at the replay of what happened to the Langstrecken racing team at some point. Speaking of, right on cue, here we go.
So it had the 3 wide pass there. It had already been passed by Williams and Van Druyten. Remained side by side with Van Druyten down here. I mean, that is awkward. Going side by side to that. If I'm going to hold my hands, obviously the pair of them may comment that. If I'm in the Langstrecken car, I want to back out of that one. You've already been passed. You know, it's not great, but trying to remain side by side down into Tiergarten is always going to end in tears, and boy, did it.
It's one of those situations where maybe you do it on the last lap.
Yeah.
Maybe a little less worth the risk with 34 odd minutes still left to go. And I think you've called it out once already, but let's not forget, if you are one of these other classes as Door Esports, slight slip up in their academy car out of Arenberg, just going to let the Porsche Cup car slip through. But you kind of got to make a note of where the overall leader of the race is and exactly when they're going to cross the line to start their final lap, because that will influence how much fuel you're going to put in your car to get to the end of the race in this final pit stop sequence.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, there's a lot to prepare for this this final stint, building their way into it. We think the SP10 still might have another pit stop left to do, but like I say, everyone's trying to get themselves into the right position, and sometimes it involves overcooking things to get into the right position. Speaking of which, here's a little bit of a look back at T1, the incident that we saw down here.
It almost looked like he was not going for the move, but then went for it slightly late, locked up on the brakes, and bam, incident just as quickly as it starts is over as well.
Yeah, I could see that one being a penalty, to be honest. As much as some people will be like, oh, well, you know, so it's a lock-up, it's an innocent mistake. I mean, just because you've locked up doesn't mean that there's no penalty. As much as they're on the brakes quite hard there, and we're trying to avoid it, and I'm, you know, obviously fairly incidental, but I'm pretty sure that'll be a fairly slam dunk one. I wonder if race control, I wonder if it'll get reported, but I wonder if the Langstrecken car will try and report the incident or something in that one, but there's probably a little bit of race control to deal with over the final moments of the race.
Photo sec by WMS getting very close to the back of the other AM competitor in front of them that they are currently fighting with. It's Holden Motorsport, driven by Kevin Kohler right now. So Wurside from the slowest part of the track, they will work their way through. We've got the Austrian sim racers 137, about 5 seconds in front of them or so. Another one of the AM contenders. Remember, Pro and AM split introduced to the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy for this 2024-2025 season. Maybe adding a bit more of a storyline for these teams to be thinking about. I'm looking at SP10 and that fuel situation, by the way, Lewis. The Apex Racing team, they're only 1.2 seconds off the back of BS Plus competition now. Falcon Sim Racing have come down into pit lane and done a driver change.
Wow. I mean, fair enough. I guess if you know you're not going to get to the end of the race, you might as well split the final stint in bits and then maybe go for the drive. I mean, that's a weird one to have a driver change, but fair enough, each to their own. As we might get a little bit of side-by-side here. Second place in the AM category. Bit of a look for the 115, but no movement, working their way down the inside. So just hanging on for now. That was definitely a sizable look going up towards Buchkirber.
Absolutely. I think the reason why Falcon have done their driver change, by the way, is Lucas Mulder's done the entirety of the race so far. So they put in Benedict Hitz to do 30 minutes. Let's see what that's going to do for them. It was almost full service, though, so it's not like they saved much time. I think it does kind of prove the point, Lewis, that they are all expecting there to be a splash and dash of some kind to the end of the race. So the SP10s do owe us a pit stop in most cases.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the Apex Racing team may not, and that's kind of the maybe their plan is to try and avoid that final pit stop, avoid coming down pit lane. Once more, I will say Aaron Vasquez is potentially going for a move on BS competition, heading down to the final sector at Tiergarten. Does not go for it though, so will remain in 4th position or third position rather, in category after the Falkenson Racing Team car has been into the pit lane. And they are both coming in now, so they are both in the pit lane. Aaron Vasquez as well is in the pit lane. All of the SP10s, Sim RC, BS Competition, and the AMG Team Apex Racing car are all in pit lane again.
Well, that makes it nice and simple for us to try and figure out what's going on. So, SP10 pit stops work through. What's this going to mean on the merge? He'll go one lap longer, I think, for Sven, but I don't think he's got much more in his back pocket than that. Just waiting for Lucas Herrmann, Aaron Vasquez, Marvin Strel to be released from pit lane. Lucas Herrmann's been sitting there now for 20 seconds and counting. Expected pit stop time of probably close to around 30 seconds or so. Not going to be much longer than that, that is for sure. Aaron Vasquez is already rolling off and away. Marvin Strel, he just dropped as well, and he's heading out of pit lane 2. He will jump BS Competition by a healthy margin. Where's Apex going to come out in all of this, though, as well? I think they're a little bit further behind the Sim RC machine, but at least in front of BS.
Yep, they have indeed come out ahead of the BS Competition car, so Aaron Vasquez has at least made up that spot. In fact, BS Competition, I believe, still in pit lane. Still in pit lane. Oh,
they must have sped in pit entry. Oh, brutal. Confirmed. Black flag in Sim, Lewis.
That's brutal. That is brutal for the BS Competition car. And I will say, speaking of black flagged, drive-through penalty has just been handed out to Roland Alfredson in the Alfredson Racing car. So race control have stepped in despite that damage. There is the note from race control at the top of your screen as we see the battle for second position in the AM category. This is exactly where that incident happened for Alfredson. And wow, that was a big move.
A good save just to go straight and recognize there was not much more to be done. But as the confirmation of the penalty for Roland Alfredson comes in, got to wonder what's race control going to think about that one as well. Yes, they saved it, but might be the beneficial thing to let the switch around happen again. Will Photosec allow Holder Motorsport to slide their way on through? No, they cover the inside for the time being. The 107's got to go the long way around, but it's not going to work.
That is brutal, by the way, by the Team Nitro Falcon car to report that incident when I don't believe they had much damage from it, but obviously Alfredson was the one who was sent off into the barrier. Who felt I was more focused on where Alfredson's car went rather than the Team Nitro Falcon car. And I get it, incident's an incident, fair enough, but that's a brutal one to report when the person, like, they've already paid the big price of being sent into the barrier. That's a brutal one. Goodness me. No holds barred.
On board with Marvin Strel, who's behind Benedict Hitt. So Falcon still technically have got the net lead of the race. Now Sven Haase coming down pit lane might be someone to keep an eye on, but as we take a look at Marvin Strel, quick chat on the radio with his teammate Corentin Gunes. It's closing up to the back of the BMW, and I think we've got a fight between these two, a fight that will play out over the next 27 minutes.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, they're all going to the checkered flag now, and things are about to get very interesting in this race. There's a look to the inside at Arenberg, backs out of that one. We'll find the apex to Strel. Like you say, it's going to be a hard-fought battle, you'd have to say. It's just which way is it going to end up in 26 minutes' time. The important bit is not just the move, it's the timing of the move. It's actually getting through at the right time to be able to pull out some margin straight afterwards. So you could do it down into potentially, I mean, turn one's always the best way to do a move, down to the opening corner of the track, even though you know, it can be a little bit awkward down there. Thankfully, it's not as awkward as when we run the 24 hour and we go through arguably one of the worst corners of the world of motorsport.
Work their way.
Turn 2's terrible, by the way, on the 24 hour layout.
Yeah, that chicane is not great. I was trying not to say anything about it, but
no, just say it, just commit.
Well, the
great track, terrible corner.
There is no, I personally don't like the shortcut that much.
No.
So usually you either run this track, right, the combined Grand Prix and Nordschleife layouts, either with the terrible turn 1 and 2 chicane, or with a terrible shortcut. So there's no in between, right?
Yeah.
There are layouts which you can do that, just to be clear. It's not often that it's done. In the Command Esports 188, by the way, sharing it with Tristan Iglesias, it's Antonio Cabino, who's got some Clio traffic in front of him to try and navigate his way through as he's trying to close down onto the tail end of the Smilia 177.
Yep, going to get onto the brakes, though, behind the Don't Shop Renault Clio, and has to hang on at the moment, and now we'll see that gap grow and grow to the car ahead, but alas, that's just how it goes sometimes. Again, it's better to be patient than to try and push, but ceasing remaining ahead in the 177 car and remaining a comfortable margin ahead. It's about 2.5 seconds at present as we take a look at Antonio Cabina as well behind the wheel of that Coanda car.
Of course, this is the machine that got the penalty for the little contact with Karin Tengunes down through turn 1 at the start of the race. SimRC's had a decent fight back, but it's been hard for Coanda to put aside that penalty and move their way forward once they'd lost some of the draft of those in front of them. But again, long season, could still be in contention by the time we get to March in the final round of this championship, which again, 4 3-hour races to work our way through. That's what all of these teams and these drivers are focused on over the off-season. SimRC within 2/10 of Falcon for the SP10 lead, and I've also noted the SP9 overall lead, Lewis, is down to under 4/10 between BS Competition and the AMG Team Apex Racing team. I'm not quite sure if Alejandro Sanchez is going to wait too much longer now that he's caught up to the back of Felix Quernbach.
I mean, he's absolutely ragged the number 49 Apex Racing Team car right up to the back of BS Competition, your race leader. Is speaking of race lead, not quite for the race lead in the SP10s, courtesy of the likes of Sven Haase remaining out on circuit, but still as near as makes no difference between the Falcon car and SimRC as we head back into the Clios. Very, very tight between those two in the SP10s, and very tight for your race lead in the SP9s as well.
Some fights all the way through the field, and hopefully keeping us entertained onto the final lap where we've seen our fair share of drama. Lewis, do you remember the first ever DNLS race that we commentated together?
No.
Probably fair. It's quite a while ago, but we had...
That was straight away. No, I don't. Honestly, most of the time that I commentate with you, I delete it from my memory as soon as we finish the broadcast.
Don't blame me for that one at all. But like, it was Sontec Racing. Sammy Matty Trogan was sharing a car. Ooh, we'll get back to that. FK Motorsport pushed wide by a Porsche Cup car through Galgenkopf. Driver's not very happy. On the radio instantly. Only thing, he's already 5 seconds behind the car in front of him.
I want to go back to your story. What were you going to say?
Well, we had Sammy Matty Trogan sharing a car with, I forget the driver off the top of my head, but they were leading the race. We weren't watching them because they had such a comfortable lead until they spun by themselves on the final lap and gave up the win.
I mean, it's not over until it's over, especially around here, because there's so many places where you can make a mistake, especially with traffic. Yeah, like I say, you're in an SP9 and you come across some Clio traffic right at the wrong point. You want to get a little bit aggressive, especially if you're under a little bit of pressure, like we're seeing with Felix Quernbach right at the front of the SP9 field. You feel that pressure to work your way through. That's where mistakes will happen. It's definitely not done in the SP9s. It is between BS Competition and Apex. As to which way it's going to go, I could not tell you right now.
Absolutely no idea. And the Clios, by the way, still 21-second the advantage for Scherer Esports over Smilia. They got involved in incidents at the start, have fought their way back very, very nicely indeed. There's going to be a little bit of a look from Roland Lodfrinson in the 138. Don't think he's taken his penalty just yet, so sits behind Sean Terre and might be forced to pull over to the right-hand side and head down for his drive-through this time around. Indeed, yes he will. Pulls off to driver's right-hand side and commits to the pit entry. One of the most, I think, slam dunk penalties we have ever seen, Lewis, even as though, like you say, curious as to how the protest actually got filed.
Indeed. Oh, is that an advent calendar on the right-hand side?
Do you approve of that sort of a Christmas tree?
Yeah, that'll do. That will certainly do. It kind of looks like there's some slightly bigger things than what I'd normally see now. It's very hard to tell from this distance. But still, Belleziotis, well, there's clearly some form of festive spirit among all of the blue light that will probably be a little bit distracting, would you not think? That's fair enough, each their own.
I mean, it's in theme with Williams, all the blue, I guess.
That's true, and it would be calming. Although normally you see those kind of blue lights in a slightly different scenario, but still, right now it's in a solid one, keeping Belleziotis nice and calm as we head out of Galgenkopf and then on to the Duttinger Hoa. And at the moment, I don't really feel has anything else left to really gain from this race. I think that the other drivers are a little bit too far. Could gain the Mahler car, fair enough. But Ryan Barlow 4 seconds down the road. I mean, it's possible. He's not happy, though, is he?
Yeah, he's definitely not happy right now as the hand goes up.
Maybe he's a Man City fan and he's just seen the score.
Well, the thing about Vasilios, at least, is you can see the emotion, right? A lot of sim racing drivers, you don't see much emotion behind the wheel. It's one thing that I do like about Vasilios. You know exactly how he's feeling.
Yeah.
And Ricardo has just confirmed, by the way, it is an advent calendar full of scratch cards, if you're curious.
Is that what it is? No, fair enough. That's either a great Christmas gift or not a great one. That's their own, but fair enough. I like an inventive advent calendar. Mine is Kinder Bueno, and it wasn't bought by me, so that's fine.
I mean, it's a tasty one at the very least. SP10, we briefly saw the race leaders who, once again, let's not forget, there's 2/10 between SimRC and Falcon Sim Racing in their BMW M4 GT4 and Mercedes AMG GT4 entries. Honestly, this is where we need two cameras right now. We need to look at the race lead and we need to look at the SP10 lead, because both of them have got maybe a car length between the leaders with 18 minutes to go. Nordschleife entry for BS competition right now. So they've just come out of the Sabine Schmidt curve. 18 minutes to go. I'm going to say 3 laps, including the one that we're on.
I would also agree with where our race leads are. It should be 3 laps, including this one from this. So obviously these drivers that we're seeing now, they will have 3 laps from the next one they start. I'm not saying like this is the end of the third, yeah, and then it'll be once they cross the line, 3 to go, strapped into the rig. So absolutely no movement, which, to be fair, that's the kind of thing that like my dad needs when he's driving on like my sim racing rig, because he leans into the corner like he's Marc Marquez.
Is he dropping the knee as well with style?
He probably would if he had the chance. Yeah,
if he had the chance.
Yeah, you can't really do that in this seat.
Well, this is where there is an opportunity, right? So many sim racing hardware manufacturers are focused on the car market. Motorbike simulations, that's what we clearly need to work on next.
I've actually had really good, because you know those arcade ones where you can stuff?
Exactly, yeah.
They don't work, because like gravity is obviously such a big part of leaning. I would love it to have like a proper bike rig, but then as soon as you want to come out of a corner, how do you do it? As here comes the move then, looking, Tush was rather going for it, but couldn't quite find a way through it. But yeah, how do you do it? How do you pick it back up naturally? Because like gravity is a thing, and you can't just overcome it. Because if you had it where the bike would come up, like under like pneumatics or something like that, and it would rise its way back up on the exit of a corner, you won't go with it.
No. You almost need to be like strapped in, like you know how they film movies, like in one of those harnesses, and so that combines. It's
impossible.
It's impossible, at least to do it in my home. Maybe commercially you can do it, but it's a different discussion. It's a fun fight, though. Let's not forget, 11th position. Not really 2 teams that are going to be fighting for much other than just salvaging some sort of results from this race. They'll be wanting to make sure they achieve a bit more of success moving forward for the rest of the season. Ultimately, in a championship like this, Lewis, we talked about just having 4 races. I think you need to finish inside of the top 5 in every single race to be a contender.
100%. If you don't, especially if you're starting out the season, finishing a fair amount further back, you could basically scratch this one off the list. Like, there's no way that you'll be winning the championship if you're finishing lower than 10th in this first race. It's just not really possible unless you come back and win all 3 of the races and then get fortuitous with other people's drama. It's just not really going to happen. Consistency is key. And that's why, as we look back at the SP9 lead, I'm not going to say they're going to hang on to second and they're going to sit there and be like, yeah, cool, that'll do. But for the Apex Racing team, if they were to finish this race in second, it's not necessarily the worst thing. It's not great, you'd rather win, but it could be a lot worse, as we're not allowed to see what's behind Alejandro Sanchez. It breaks NDAs, apparently. It's spooky.
He knows that we'll spend too much time looking at the background.
That's
and
so true.
He has protected himself. I think he goes for it.
Oh, 100%.
I am fairly confident in saying that Alejandro Sanchez is just biding his time right now. He is sizing up Felix Kornbach, watching where the strength and weaknesses of the car in front are. He's trying to decide when it would benefit him to try and make his move. He might also, you mentioned Mark Tranter would be on the pit wall, helping talk through strategy. Wonder if they've also gone and looked at traffic up the road. Have they tried to understand, what sort of traffic they're going to be looking at? Because remember, 2 laps to go once they reach the line. All bets are off once the white flag comes out. And I think from there, you're not thinking about staying in second. You don't care about being in second coming onto the Dottinger. You think you can control the lead if you have that position.
But this is where, as a team, you need to understand the driver that's behind the wheel. And obviously, there will be that understanding. But this is where, different drivers will want different things, and that's why you need to understand it. Some drivers will want all of the information they possibly can, like where's the traffic up ahead? What are you thinking is the right move? Where are they slow out of corners? Where am I quicker than them? I want as much information as possible, and I want to be told it. Other drivers will say, shut up, give me 5 minutes and I'll see what I can do. And that's the thing, is you've got to understand exactly what you need. By the way, I've just seen a bit of side-by-side going down through the Stefan Beloff S between Hartenberg and Antonio Cabina, who's just been dropped now to, I believe, 8th position in that Coanda 188.
I can tell you, by the way, we've just missed a huge moment in traffic. New race leader, Alejandro Sanchez, in the AMG Team Apex Racing car, has now got the point. It all unfolds in traffic, and one wrong decision, maybe some will say, from Felix Kornbach going to the outside rather than inside, and the lead has changed hands.
There we go then. So the Apex Racing team at the front of the field. Deservedly so. I mean, been really closing up very, very quickly over the last few laps. Got the gap down from 2.5 seconds to 3 seconds it was basically when they left the pit lane, dragged it all the way back down to under a second, and then has made the move. So deservedly so, the Apex Racing team take over the race lead with 2 laps, we estimate, left to go in the opening round of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series.
And now, does Felix Kornbach have something in reserve to be able to fight back? That's going to be the question. Gap still relatively close, though, as the leaders come back towards the line. This is the SP10 lead, which I do think, Lewis, means that these drivers guaranteed to be lapped by the SP9s one more time. 2 laps to go for these drivers as well.
Yep, indeed. Like you say, there's they are going to drop another one. This is where, calculating that is critical. Knowing when you're going to get lapped, knowing how many times you're going to get lapped in this race, and how many laps the race leader's going to go, is critical for you understanding how much fuel you need in the car. On board with the AMG Team Apex Racing car that currently runs in 3rd position in the SP10 category. Up ahead of this, 3.5 seconds down the road, is the lead battle in category. Benedict Hitz against Marvin Strel. It's the Vulcan Sim Racing team against Sim RC. and it will be full focus for the highest I-rated driver on the platform to close that gap down and try and make a move in just 2 laps.
Going to be full focus forward. Remember, we were wondering what the strategy would give them. It's given them an opportunity at the very least. Now down to the driver to deliver the results as we near in on less than 10 minutes to go in this race. SB9 leaders coming back up towards the end of the Grand Prix lap, ready to start what would be their 22nd transit around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. You know what? I'm actually looking at the gap that the SB10 leaders have, and they may actually have a sufficient gap, but they will end up doing an additional lap because the overall leader may not catch them. Just keep an eye on that. I'm feeling less confident than I was about 30 seconds ago.
We shall indeed see. Depends how hard they fight as well. Like, that's always going to be a big thing. And then again, this is also like, have they calculated that extra lap of fuel? Is that a part of the arithmetic that's been done? And are they prepared for it? A lot to judge here and a lot to unpack over the final 10 minutes of timed racing, plus the extra lap or so afterwards, as we'll find out who's going to cross the line as the winners. Like I say, there's a lot of time, and like I say, for a lot of these drivers, a lot of these teams, they may be going for a fair amount longer. And here's some drivers that have got the fuel wrong.
1 or 2 laps too short, unfortunately, and back into pit lane for a handful of drivers. Alps Racing Team by Grid & Go included, alongside Muller Motorsport by Smilia, the Nürburgring Esports number 42, who were in one of those fights that we were watching slightly earlier. So slight miscalculation, and it was all, I think, Lewis, really down to that first into the race, where some teams elected to come in at the end of 5 laps, whereas the teams out front, they stay out for a full 8 laps before coming into pit lane.
Yep, exactly. This is why you kind of want to play those longer cards early on in the race to open up your strategy later on. If you bail into the pit lane early to try and do things on strategy for later on in the race, sometimes it doesn't work, but then sometimes you need to repair some damage and do this and do that. There's a million different things that you need to try and do. And for some, it is very hard indeed. I mean, look at the car of Jonas van Druyten. I mean, look at this side. A lot of damage on the right-hand side of the car. Left-hand side, as you look in there, the black and red side. The Falcon car, absolutely, the Falcon side has no problems. The Nitro side has a lot of problems. So clearly has battered a barrier.
At least once, if not maybe a couple more times, given that I think we have seen, again, attrition hasn't been too high. We had 58 starters. Looks like we're going to get probably 57 finishers or so if things stay as they are. SB10 lead then, up towards the Mut curve with Vasquez still 3 seconds behind. He gained about a second last lap, running short on time to catch and make his move. That's a lot of speed from Marvin Strell, but nowhere to channel it as they funnel up towards the Mut curve. Stays in line once more, just as it continues to build. 7.5 minutes to go, and Strell shows himself in the mirror, just prompts Benedict Hitz to go out a little bit wide. Both drivers, slight mistakes through the hairpin.
Yeah, indeed, just getting out a little bit wide, and like I say, whilst one makes a mistake, if the other one does as well, it's not allowing the opportunity to arise between them. It is allowing the gap to close, though. 2.6 seconds is the gap now back to Aaron Vasquez. Is it closing down enough for Vasquez to close in? It depends on how full sendy Vasquez goes from Hoa Act down the hill, even down towards Gaugenkopf and the like. Whereabouts, though, on circuit is our race-leading car compared to them? You saw them go through the carousel. It's going to be really close. I think you're right. It's going to be really close, and I'm now less convinced that Alejandro Sanchez will catch our leaders.
Yeah, the longer it goes, the less convinced that I am right now, which is something that I hope those teams are aware of. If you're Marvin Strell, you might think that you've now got an extra lap with which to make the move. Try and spot your opportunity in traffic. We're focused on the fight for 5th and 6th in this SP3 class. I tell you, Marvin Strell and Benedict Hitz have just been separated out by some Clio traffic, and so now that gap is going to grow to about half a second or so. SimRC have lost a whole bunch of time as they enter down into the Stefan Beloff S's, and now is that the opportunity that BMW was looking for?
Yeah, indeed. It's allowed the Falcon Sim Racing team, Benedict Hitz, to pull out nearly a second now, like you say, on Strell. That said, I think the speed has been more in advantage of the SimRC car, and potentially even that of Aaron Vasquez behind. PB Performance by Grid and Go, by the way, the 106 car, which is towards the back end of the Porsche Cup category, has just been given a penalty, a 5-second stop-and-go penalty. They have been handed for an instance, so unfortunately for them, the end of their race is not going to get any better.
Well, race control being kept busy all the way through, and again, that's the benefit of having a live race control team. When things do tend to get a bit more tetchy towards the end, it's one of those situations. So 1.1 seconds SP10 advantage, let's not forget, as we still focus in on what is the only fight in the Clio class. There is nothing else happening in the SP3s. It's your overall race lead, though, where they should be coming to take the white flag, and here we go with Apex and BS Competition stacked up behind some traffic as well. It's Ruben Bonga in the BS Competition SP10 class entry. He's not trying to help his teammate here. He's just trying to stay out of his own world of pain. Now, that did cost a little bit of time for Alejandro Sanchez. It cost Felix Quirnbach a little bit as well. But the draft's going to be the talking point. And Lewis, you descend initially down the Dottinger, but now you start the climb, and the car behind has got its advantage.
Yep, indeed. Let's see how close the BS Competition car can get. We're looking backwards from the AMG Team Apex Racing car, and there goes the look. As soon as you pull out, though, now you're hit with the clean air. Fair enough, and it's going to be a lot heavier than what's in the slipstream, and it does seem as though we might see the move coming in from Felix Quirnbach to the outside of Alejandro Sanchez is going to go. Could it be a switch to the race lead at the end of the penultimate lap of the race, side by side down in the Tiergarten? And Alejandro Sanchez says, absolutely not, son. Hang on.
So two things to take from that, right? Felix Quirnbach was content to not push the issue. Alejandro Sanchez, on the other hand, did not want to give up track position. So one driver thinks that he can make the pass the next time by on the final lap of the race. The other one thinks they can hold on the final lap of the race. Will an immovable object hit the wall? Let's find out. Into the braking zone of Tiergarten one final time. My suspicion, Felix Quirnbach does not force this issue for the next 15-odd miles. It comes down to the final braking zone.
Yep, indeed. Unless there is some awkward bits in lap traffic, you're absolutely right. Quirnbach will probably remain close to try and keep the pressure on and maybe see if he can force a mistake out of Vasquez going through traffic, but not going to go for a look of his own volition like into Schwedenkreuz and the like. We'll wait until the Duttinger Hoa on this final lap. Remember that every single person they pass, they are starting their final lap of the race. And like we've said, I'm not sure we'll catch the SP10 lead, which is a good thing for in one way. It did mean that we actually get to see the battle for the race lead in the SP10s, as we'll keep our eye on the race lead in the SP9s. We could be able to see their battle unfold all the way to the checkered flag in the SP10 lead, which would be a very thrilling final lap.
I'm just trying to figure it out right now, but I think Falcon Sim Racing, that moment that we mentioned with SimRC, it might have opened the door here for Aaron Vasquez, and that one crucial extra lap that they may get could be the chance for the Apex Racing team. But as mentioned, that's for us to keep an eye on. For the time being, just watching the fight for 8th in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class as Team 75 burned by SimRC. Gareth Higgins has had a eventful stint. I think he's just had a moment as well, so now defending from Roland Alfredson behind as they close in on the 3 cars at the front of that SP10 category. Down they go in towards the foxhole.
Yeah, indeed. This is where things could get a little bit awkward here. The SP9 leaders, by the way, are just going through Flugplatz now. They will not catch the SP10 leaders. No way from this point, unless there's drama. So we will probably have to see another battle on this one as we head now into Ardenau Force. This group should be relatively safe from the top grouping in the SP9s. And so we get to see the battle between Sanchez and Quernbach take it all the way to the checkered flag, as the more looks as we head our way towards the likes of Callan Harden, then miss, hit, miss. It's all a little bit awkward. Sim RC being dropped back there just a little bit with the cup traffic coming through, but the Falcon car is comfortably ahead at the moment, but I think that gap's definitely closing its way back down.
It is definitely closing, and we will just have to monitor Corentin Gunes. Does he get any closer in this draft? It's going to be that run up towards the Mut curve that it's probably going to be the key one. If Sim RC can close a bit more and get into the toe of Falcon Sim Racing once these Porsche Cup cars are going to make their way through, could just close them up in the closing stages. Speaking of close up, by the way, SP9, not just the race lead, but now the fight for third, suddenly out of nowhere, is shrunk as Ryan Barneveld, a couple of struggling laps. Vasilius Belitsiotis has caught up, and so Williams do have a chance of getting onto the podium here. Never say never.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they certainly could do. It's the battle of our picks, of course. Marla versus Williams. I picked Williams. Arjuna picked Marla earlier on. And they're battling for third, which is not where we picked them to finish, but that's fine. We picked them to win. But alas, it is still a battle between us two, in a really loose sense. Got to say, by the way, shout out to the Apex Racing team today. It's obviously battling potentially for the racing here in SP10s, obviously leading at the moment in SP9, and third position in the Porsche Cup. That's a very solid opening day for the championship.
It's a pretty good way to open up the championship. And also, let's not forget, said it a couple of times, end the year off. So Aaron Vasquez hoping to sign off by moving forward even further. It says final lap, but let's not forget these drivers will have one more after this by virtue of the fact that your race leaders are just coming up towards the Mut curve now. So they are just that little bit too far behind, we believe. Although, again, it's going to be so close. This is fantastic.
They could catch them literally going into Tiergarten. Now, Ben Haase, who is fourth in the SP10 category, is only 4 seconds or so clear of Alejandro Sanchez, so will absolutely be caught. This is going to be very tight as to whether these SP10s go a lap down or not.
What's your gut telling you right now?
Yes.
They will get caught.
Not all of them.
Ooh, that's where it gets interesting. I tell you what, I'm going to say they're getting caught. I'm going to say all 3 of them are going to get caught as well.
Yeah, it's so tight.
I'm going to say they're 3 wide on the Dottinger. I'm hoping.
It's so tight here for the SP10s. We'll have to wait and see. Because, like I say, I'm keeping my eye closely on Alejandro Sanchez and Felix Quernbach. I mean, yeah,
they are 3 corners behind right now.
It's a little, I don't know, it's tight.
This is going to be so close. There you can see, inset in the bottom right corner, the leaders hunting down the SP10 battle for the lead as well. So Alejandro Sanchez, Felix Quernbach, they know this is their final lap. The question remains, is this the final lap in that SP10 fight down and out of the Stefan Bellof S's?
They might be all right, you know. They might be all right. Just going into Flansgarden now, the SP9s. They've got 2 Porsche Cup cars ahead, and then this group. They might just have enough time as we head our way up towards the Klein's Carousel. I mean, the speed and the Duttinger Hoa between the pair, like between SP10s and SP9s, it's not that crazy. No, I think they're safe. Whoa, look at that for a camera switch, though. Didn't even need to cut to a different camera. Same camera, whip, pan over, and there we get our SP9s.
I think you're right. I think they are just about good as they power down the Dottinger in the SP10 fight. So here comes Vasquez. He's going to pop out, but now given no draft help by Benedict Hitz, he's going to stall out, and I think they're going to be neck and neck for second down in towards the Tiergarten. But all eyes must focus now to the SP9 battle as well, because it comes down to this, Lewis. One final braking zone for the race win.
Yeah, indeed. So as much as things are getting tight in the bottom right of your screeners, there is going to be the switch. Apex move up into second, potentially battling for the race lead, but drop back behind Falcon. It's not going to be close enough for BS Competition. Felix Quernbach is not close enough. There's a little bit of lap traffic that could help them, though, and could find BS Competition past the Apex team. But I think it is going to be an Apex victory here, Arjuna.
I think BS Competition know that second in their championship defense, it's a good enough start. It's Alejandro Sanchez, though, that has charged his way into victory lane here at the Green Hell. It's the Apex Racing team, the AMG Apex Racing team, that kicks off the Ravenel 3-hour race with a victory. The margin under 0.3 of a second, pushed all the way to the very end. A story that we're hoping to see repeated in the SP10s in terms of a fun fight. Can tell you the Apex Racing team have just taken the lead away from Vulcan Sim Racing as they work through the Grand Prix layout. Third and fourth position, Williams end up in front of Ryan Barneveld as well. What a fun race with all of them. But here we go, Lewis, 3 at the front and a new race leader, Vasquez, back on top.
Yep, indeed. We'll see. If you want to know the order as to who's going to finish when, the Clio Cup, it will be Sherra Esport winning that one. They are on the Duttinger Hoa now. They will be finishing pretty soon. Then the Cup cars will finish. Obviously, Sherra Esport well clear in that one. And then it will be this. So we get to see this battle all the way to the checkered flag, effectively, which will be very, very exciting indeed. If Apex do win, it does mean, though, across all 4 categories, only 2 teams will win. Because it'll be Sherra Esports in both the Cup category and in the Clios. And then it'll be Apex and SP9s and the SP10s. It'll be very interesting. Here comes the Sherra Esports team, though.
So we're looking at a double victory. Exactly, double. This might order it in and out. Sherra Esports will cross the line and victorious after fighting their way back. Pole sitters to victory, not such an easy story. And they will celebrate this one and head into the new year full of confidence and full of hope as well. Will Chadwick, by the way, is in the Sherra 116, so he's rejoined the team for a guest appearance. Remember, Sherra Esports won the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring on iRacing earlier this year. Will Chadwick was part of their lineup. This, though, Lewis, the replay of how the move was all set up. And Vasquez, I've got to say, this is a move contender for Move of the Year.
Yeah, this is it. So tries to find the way past the Falcon outside, then commits to the inside. Sends that Falcon car out wide. Lovely move. Does go out a little bit too wide here. Might well have got a 1X for doing so, you know, for running off track. Was a little bit wide there, but do you know what? At this point of the race, it's all fair and square. Pushed to the absolute limit, and that will be the Apex Racing Team car as our race leader. And importantly, that gap has opened up to 1 second. So Marvin Stroh and Benedict Hitz could find themselves battling for second position, whilst Aaron Vasquez has taken his Apex car and is checking out.
They'd be curious to maybe talk to these drivers after the race and hear their thoughts on their chosen strategies, but ultimately, I don't know if necessarily has made too much of a difference. Vasquez, I mean, built up such an advantage in the first stint of the race, showed his speed and showed that they were maybe the ones to beat here today. Yeah, they've still got half the lap to go, but looking like as long as they can stay on the tarmac, it will be a race victory heading in their direction. And also, as they continue to navigate their way through, working down to Callan Hard and miss right now, just taking a look at the rest of the cars still out on track. The majority of the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy field is out there. It's going to be Sherra 1 and 2, so it's not just a double victory for them, but double podium in this Porsche Cup class as well. Apex 3rd, Door 4th, and then Coanda 5th. I think those are going to be the 5 teams, Lewis, to watch through the course of the championship for the fight.
This is going to be very, very exciting, though, just to see how this one rolls its way. I might say all the points at this point could matter. You know, as much as we are early days in this championship, it's such a short championship, it's over before you know it. And like you say, the couple of extra points here for SimRC could be very critical for their championship. We've got to say, really good charge back from them after the issues down at turn 1. You know, was leading obviously down into turn 1 and then got an absolute whack from behind, and they were dropped back and still managed to work their way back up into this spot. So it's been a solid one, and to be fair, it's not the only time they've been whacked off today. Sim RC have not had... They've had a stressful day, let's put it that way, and they're still riding up into a solid position. Could well be second spot.
Well, the yellow and black is quite distinctive at the end of the day. It's hard to miss, so I think that's maybe part of it. People slowly finding that car. Here comes that draft, though. The assistance being given to Marvin Strell to get alongside, but now stalls out slightly before he starts to get a bit more draft from Vasquez in front, and that looks quite easy, but it's not done by any means. Draft's going to be switched back around as they head down the Dottinger to close out this race. So Benedict Hitz is going to sit there and plot. What can he do to find his way back forward?
Yeah, don't worry. We have not missed the end of the Porsche Cup because Sherritt Esports 116 Will Chadwick behind the wheel has just gone out onto the Duttinger Hoa right now. So we will see that car cross the line along with these three. But in what order will they be? It seems almost certain now that it will be an Apex Racing Team victory. That gap is slightly too large, and when you've got one of the best drivers we've ever had on iRacing behind the wheel of the Apex Racing car, probably unlikely that we'll see Strell and the likes close their way back up. Hitz is trying, but I can see this finishing in this order now. This would be the order that I would pick them to finish in, at least in speed.
We'll find out if there will be any changes, but as they cycle their way through out of the final corner, and for Sherritt Esports, winner of the iRacing 24 Hours of the Nürburgring in the Porsche Cup class earlier this year, they start off the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring with a victory as Will Chadwick and Raphael Renhofer emerge on top. They were one of the dominant forces as a team in the last edition of the championship. They start this year on top once again.
Yep, indeed. And of course, it being a 1-2 for the team. Very, very impressive performance for Sherritt Esports in the Porsche Cup category. The Apex Racing team will come across the line to make it onto the podium for them, which is obviously great, but them winning overall in the SP9s and potentially winning in the SP10s, that podium might go a little bit forgotten about almost with the Apex Racing team, which is impressive to think of.
Good day for Apex, all things considered. Good day for Sherritt as well. Those are the two teams that will leave the happiest, but Door Esports, they won't be disappointed. They've shown plenty of speed today. Pole Promotion Esports, I think our pole sitters in SP9 might feel a little frustrated after the penalty at the start, but they bounce back to 5th. They'll be at least able to take some solace and some optimism from that. And I think BS Competition as well in the SP9 category. Pretty decent day, all things considered. On to the Dottinger Hoa then for the final time. And I think all three of these cars just a little bit too far apart for there to be too much draft. But Benedict Hitz is going to try and make himself as slim as possible in the slipstream behind the Mercedes AMG. He'll close, he'll close, he'll close. He'll be just a little bit too far behind.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough. It does seem as though, I mean, the Apex Race team definitely going to be a victory for them. They're too far clear. Benedict Hitz is not going to be close enough in the Falcon Sim Racing team unless he's crazy brave. Flashing the lights, just trying to put off the Sim RC car. He's close, but it's just not going to be enough.
Might try it. They've got some traffic to work their way through as well. Oh, it almost ends in tears out of the final corner, but they navigate through safely. 1, 2, and 3 split by just under 1.5 seconds. But what a drive from Aaron Vasquez and the AMG for the Mercedes Apex Racing team. A victory that saw him fight his way back on top. Sim RC and Falcon Sim Racing, slightly alternate strategies, not working exactly as they wanted, but Lewis, a great way to open up another season of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series with this Ravenol 3-hour race.
Yeah, cracking race, that one. Absolutely loved it. Very, very, very exciting, and sets up what is going to be a very exciting season. I'm glad we got to see the end of the SP10 race there, because I was a little bit worried they might go a little bit amiss if they did go a lap down by the SP9s rolling their way through. But thankfully, we did manage to see it all the way to its conclusion. Kept us very much enthralled there, as we can see the results provisionally.
Provisional results, because race control might not be done. And so I'm sure a couple more things for them to take a look at, but I think at least the 49 and the number 1 for Elias Seppin and Alejandro Sanchez and the AMG Team Apex Racing Team number 49. they'll be confident that their victory over Norby Kish and Felix Kornbach holds up to scrutiny. The number 5 machine finishes 3rd in front of Mahler's number 10. So Simon Matti Trogan and Vasilius Belitsiotis able to make it 3 Mercedes on the podium to open up the season, with then Mahler's BMW in front of Pole Promotions Porsche, with Impulse Racing by GTU and M&J Downforce. Then the rest of the top 8 with, let's not forget, both of those Ford Mustangs registering with the incorrect car number, hoping they'll get that sorted for our first round in 2025 when we go racing in February. Liberty Esport then down in 9th with the first of 2 Nürburgring Esports cars, 10th and 11th. Mulner Motorsport and Smilia 12th. Haupt Racing Team by Grid & Go then down in 13th with Team Nitro Falcon, Holder Motorsport and LionGPFenster.com top 16, and just Falcon Sim Racing behind them, finishing on the lead lap. Door Esports as well as RC Car Shop. A couple of the cars, Lewis, caught up in incidents in this SP9 class.
Yeah, they certainly did, and like I say, it was still exciting to see them all battle their way out. But there was a fair shout of drama, as we kind of would expect in a race like this. But again, it was very exciting in the SP9s, almost as exciting as it was in the SP10s down towards the checkered flag. And I say before that, they got the Cup cars to deal with, and that Sherritt Esports 1-2, which was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, we'll talk about the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, where Raphael Ranhofer, Will Chadwick, 11 seconds clear of their teammate Julian Reimer and Luca Alpert, but Sherritt Esports 1 and 2, I mean, they will be delighted. Luca Kita and Luis Belique round out the podium spots, with Door Esport a little bit of damage, dropping them to 4th, but led at times and really showed some good speed. Coanda bouncing back after starting in pit lane to finish in 5th. R Sport in 6th then, with Team Nitro Falcon just behind them. Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC. A couple of incidents for Gareth Higgins in the final stint, but alongside Adam Isaacson, able to steady the ship and grab an 8th place finish in front of the Alonefredson Racing team. Then the best of the AMs, of course, all pros in front of them. Austrian Sim Racers, the best AM in today's race, in front of the Tech by WMS 115. Holder Motorsport then just in front of Frozen Speed by Grid & Go, with Avia WNS PB Performance and then SRS Sorg Rennsport. The only retirement in the class. 16 started, 15 finished. Pretty good result, all things considered.
Certainly was, and you got to say a big talking point in that is the Frozen Speed by Grid & Go. Had a lot of speed today, and able to really take advantage of it. Same with the Coanda car, that 118, finishing in 5th place despite starting from the pit lane, shows there's a lot more speed left to go in that one.
In the SP10s, we thought we'd have a fight to the end, and even though they got their extra lap, the fight ended up being just for a couple of corners. Aaron Vasquez, alongside Maxence Scudino for the AMG Team Apex Racing 190, victorious over Sim RC and Falcon Sim Racing. And while the margin shows +1 to the rest of the field, GridandGo.com and BS Competition, they were in the hunt as well on occasion. Team Hoisingveld, Coanda Esports, and then Smilia down in 8th position. A bit of separation between Coanda and those in front after their drive-through penalty, let's not forget. But Iglesias and Cabina able to at least notch some points onto the board for the team. Door Esports Academy, they were down in 9th in front of X-Racer and then a pair of the Nürburgring Esports cars, just 12 in this class, but really don't need many to fight, Lewis, and the fight at the front was fantastic.
It was my favourite category of the day. Don't get me wrong, the SP9s was thrilling and exciting, and same with all 4 of the categories were exciting. But the SP10s, that battle for the race lead, it was thrilling. Finally, though, our lead battle on the Sherritt Esports cars taking over the race lead late on an SP3.
Brand new for the year, but the Clios did show some signs of excitement. Sherritt Esports and Smilia had a back and forth that saw the pole sitters break away in the closing stages, with Wolf Motorsport breaking away from FK Motorsport in the fight for the 3rd and final step on the podium. Adopt Don't Shop, and then the rest of the cars dropping into line behind. I think ultimately, Lewis, if these teams can get through the opening couple of corners a bit more safely, that's when I think we'll see all of these teams in one big pack for more of the race.
Yep, indeed. I think, like I say, we've got a lot to deal with when it comes to the excitement left to go in the season. I am thrilled. I am ready to go. And, of course, we do have a bit of a wait, though, don't we, Arturo? We're not going racing again in 2024, and I think that's the same for a lot of the teams out there. They'll be waiting until 2025 to get their new year and new season of racing underway.
And so an opportunity to go away, recharge the batteries, and in some cases, right, probably go and figure out exactly what they feel like they were missing. So I guess there's some work to do, but there's also some time to go off and celebrate. Lewis, some final thoughts before we wrap things up here. Ravenel 3-hour race kicks off this fantastic season for another 4-round championship. The Green Hell, it's a great track, and it always delivers some great racing.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, it always delivers. We've had a thrilling run all the way through this event, and we're going to probably see more of that in the time to come. But as to whether we're going to see more drama like this, I think the answer is a very, very solid yes, Arjuna.
I'm certainly hoping so. That's one of my resolutions for 2025. More drama for us in the commentary booth. But for our team behind the scenes, Lewis McLeod, alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati, thanks for your company. It's been a great 2024. Happy holidays to you and yours. We'll see you for round 2 of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance season in 2025 in February.